Hi. Year number 1. Hey, Amy, baby. How you doing? Go. Okay. Pop out chat. Make this window smaller. Hi, kitty. Yeah. Hotbox is working pretty good. You guys, well, I guess you didn't see all the prints, but I printed this vase, which is actually normally this is a very simple print, but with ABS, this is actually a pretty difficult print. No, I still got that freaking cough. It's driving me nuts. But normally what'll happen is that because it's a single perimeter vase, the delamination forces from ABS printing are maximized, and these layers will split. This is watertight. Yeah. So that worked out great. I printed a Flexi Rex in ABS. So I now have a 200% Flexi Rex in ABS. I need to add more top layers. You can see I have a little bit of top layer issue there. And then MechG on Thingiverse released a new rocket, the Beaumark. And I printed that. This is multiple pieces all glued together. And I printed that in ABS. Very cool. Chinese printer virus. I think it's when you get the flu, you get it's basically a pulmonary infection, and so you still have a little bit of that. No problem. The phlegm, the yellow shit that you cough out. Well, I think I still have a little bit of that in there, and it's trying to cough it out. Get down. Get down. Get. You know you're not supposed to be on top of that box. They like playing with the wires. I gotta keep the wires on top of the box, because otherwise they try to drag them off. Really? Ouch. Han David, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. The best printer for printing flexible filament, probably anything that's direct drive. So anything that has, ideally, you need direct drive, and you need a captive filament path. That's critical. Basically, how can I'll show you on this printer as we build it. But basically, from the point where the gears touch the filament to when the filament comes out the nozzle, there needs to be no gaps. Because if there's any gap, like if you have a small gap, that filament is going to bend its way around that gap and it's going to go crazy. Yeah, they're cool. They're getting very big. Yes, they are. This one here has figured out that he can get on top of the refrigerator. Little bastard. Starving. I tried to have a bowl of the new cereal we got. We got donut cereal. It sucks. Don't like it. So made some sandwiches. Mm-hmm. You like that, huh? Yeah, the actual flu, cold, whatever it was, probably the flu, only lasted like 2.5, 3 days. And yeah, it got down to almost 0 last night. I mean, what was the coldest? Let's see. Getting rid of all the notifications on here. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, they like getting as high as they can. The higher they can get, the happier they are. How you doing, baby? He's a good cat. He's a bit of a what do you call it? Yep. Snipped, chipped, and shot up. They also trim their claws. Oh, it's nice when they go up on you and they don't dig into you with hypodermics. Oh, yeah, temperature. Can I see past temperature? I know when I woke up this morning, it was 3 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what, negative 15 or something like that? Celsius? It was 3 degrees, and that was 8 o'clock this morning. So the sun was already up. So it was probably 1 or 2 degrees. Yeah, it was cold last night. Even with the kerosene heater going, it still didn't get past 60 in here. I could crank the heater up, but then I'm using more fuel, and it's comfortable enough. I got some turkey and ham on clearance. Even the clearance price was like $3.80 a pound. But I also got some nice bread. I like nice, Peppered Farms kind of bread. They're nice for the high density, expensive bread, but good for sandwiches. Shadunk. That reminds me of Skadoosh. I love that movie. Nice. Actually, I got to fix my longer LK4 later on today after the stream. I have some Z-banding in my current print, which means something's out of alignment. So I got to pull it out of there and figure out what's out of alignment. Hey, Pygar. It's the prepackaged lunch meats. It comes sealed in a packaged name brand lunch meat, and when it gets close to its expiration date, they throw it in the clearance rack so they don't have to throw it away. And so I don't mind. It tastes great. Because I'm not paying $6, $7, $8, $9 a pound for lunch meat. I'm just not. It's funny, you know. Yes, I got them all. Thank you. People say, if you don't have money, brown bag it. Make sandwiches. Without realizing that cold cut sandwiches, even when using cheap ingredients, is one of the most expensive meals you can make. I mean, at normal prices, these two sandwiches are about $3.50 each. That's not exactly cheap. And at the prices I paid, they're about $1.75 each. But at normal price, if you just go into a Walmart or a Giant or Albertsons and you buy some lunch meat, a deli, you're talking $3 or $4 a sandwich. Not yet. Politicians are more expensive, but they taste better. You can chop them up and put them in the freezer. I'm going to keep spreading the word. Maybe one day we can force Congress to legalize political cannibalism, and then you'll see changes. You'll see changes real fast. I mean, when your choice is obey the Constitution or your dinner, that gets to be an easy choice really quick. You break it, I bite you. Just remember that, little kitty. Nah, just the brains and the hearts are bad. The meat might be a little tough after they're done running, but they're edible. Lots of barbecue sauce. You put them on a spit and you roll them around in the heat. They'll squeal and you'll pour on the barbecue sauce. Plus, take one for the team. The country will be better for it. What do you mean it won't get up to temp? What won't get up to temp? You said if you do a series of longer prints on your S4, I assume you mean Creality CR10 S4, will eventually not get up to temp. What won't get up? Oh, the bed? Okay, your bed wires are breaking. Okay, same thing happened on my S4. It's apparently a common thing with the S4. The bed wires the solder joints are failing. Okay, so you're going to have to resolder it, and you're going to have to put in some stress relief on there. You can print stress relief for the S4 off Thingiverse. Basically, it's a modified version of the one that comes with the CR10 and whatnot. But yeah, your bed wires are failing. Address that immediately so you don't have a fire hazard if those things short. Now, we'll let the vegans hunt them down. They don't eat meat, so they can hunt them down and catch them for us. I want to involve everybody. I want to be an equal opportunity cannibalism. But yeah, the S4, the bed wires are prone to failure. I know. Your wires are failing, but haven't failed yet. That's the problem. If it doesn't have a MOSFET already, absolutely put a MOSFET in. That'll also speed up your heat up time too. Hi. Are you enjoying looking around the new box? He's like, ooh, new box to play with. Well, something's not secure. If you're losing bed heat, then you're losing electrical connection to the bed. Or the MOSFET on the main board is failing. That's possible too, but unlikely. She loves the kitties. Yes, they do. Did you guys see the pictures? They have Siamese rats. So, pet rats that have the same, dark nose and paws, ears, and, Siamese color scheme. It's absolutely adorable. Only after 2 to 3 days printing. Could be a failing MOSFET, and it just takes time for it to fail. That's possible. It's easy enough to put in an external MOSFET. It's like, what, 10 or 12 bucks on Amazon? Yeah, but he says only after 2 or 3 days. And then I'm assuming he implies that if he stops printing and then starts printing again, it works fine until it gets to a certain length. But I still think, yep. Yeah, I heard good things about it. It just needs a heat bed. I mean, if Tim from T3DP likes it, can't be that bad. Because he's vicious. Well, the only reason I don't want to get them pet rats is, number one, I don't need more pets. And number two, I don't want them liking rats. I want them murdering rats. But what happens if you let it sit for a day and then you start up another print the next day? Yeah, I like it here. I like it a lot. I mean, obviously, I'm having issues this first year. I mean, I got no money and I got lots of failing things in the house that I expected, you know, but I'm working the problem, you know, fixing them one at a time. And next winter will be a lot better. Once spring comes, no problem. You know, I just gotta trying to figure out how to go to Narcon, trying to figure out how to go to Murph. You know, because I can't just spend money frivolously because I still have about $5,000 in debt to pay off. Really? No problems with peeling? Because I sometimes even have PLA peel. Well, the FormBot is what I would classify as a tier 2 machine. So, you know, your machines like Anycubic, Creality, stuff like that, they're all tier 3 machines. You know, low cost, you know, lowest common denominator, bring the cost as low as possible to the consumer. Then you have tier 2 machines. Tier 2 machines would be things like the Prusa, things like FormBot, stuff like that. This has nothing to do with quality. This has to do with budget. You know, the budget arena these printers are designed to address. And then you have tier 1 machines. You know, printers like Ultimaker, MakerBot, LulzBot would fit into that category. Your very high cost premium price machines. And those tiers are based on price, not based on quality of the machine. And so a tier 2 machine, which the FormBot would fall into, you are going to expect a higher level of service and quality from it because of its higher price. Just like if I bought a MakerBot, you damn well better believe that thing better work when I pull it out of the box, because you know you're paying what, $4,000 for it. Only 5,000. 5,000 what? Yeah, letting it sit and then having it work again could still be connection issues, just heating up over time as they move, but that implies brainboard issue. It could be. So I would definitely go with a MOSFET just to take that load off of the brainboard so it doesn't have to work so hard. On average, how many hours of print time should you get from a regular spool of PLA? That's that's not a logical question. You don't get hours of print time from a spool, because you know this printer here is probably going to give me 200 hours, 300 hours of print time on one spool of filament, depending on what I'm printing, while my Chiron in the back there will give me about 5 hours on a kilogram. Because it's going to eat through filament significantly faster than this one will. So It's I don't know how to answer that. I mean, you would have to create a set of conditions and then say, okay, you're using a 0.4 millimeter nozzle at 0.2 millimeters and you're going 50 millimeters per second. How long will you get on it? Even though it doesn't do any good, you're going to get, roughly, you know, let's see. That's 20 hours of printing. I've already got probably 40, 45 hours of printing on this roll, and I'm not even a third through the roll. So I could probably get 200 or 300 hours on that print. Now, let's say, just for argument's sake, let's say I get 300 hours. If I lower my layer height to 0.1 millimeter, I instantly double that to 600 hours. Because 0.1 millimeter takes twice as long to print as 0.2 millimeters. Because you're putting down half the filament per pass, and each pass takes the same amount of time. So if it takes your printer 5 minutes to complete a layer, it's going to take 5 minutes to complete that layer, whether you're at 0.5, 0.1, 0.2, or 0.3, or 0.5. So every time you have your layer height, you double your print time if you don't change anything else. The EZ3 Mini X1, not bad. I'm impressed. I'm using it. No, the pellet stove is sitting here. The install kit is sitting here. I am waiting for them to get to the 45-degree elbow that I need in stock. And for me to have time to actually install it. The flu kind of kicked my ass. But then again, if I change over to the Mega X, I have no idea. But the Mini X1 is impressive. The fact that it works so well. Do I have some prints to show you? I think. Is this the box? Yeah. That came off of my EZ3 Mini X1. That came off my EZ3 Mini X1. A little hard to see because it's white. But this is at 0.1 millimeter. Yeah, I'm impressed. I haven't even added a cooling fan yet. If I make it to Murph, I'll be bringing the X1 with me. Little lizard I printed. Flexi butterfly. All printed on the X1. I designed a spool holder for it. This is the 2-piece version, so you can actually print it on the X1 if you want. Has a spool holder for it. So impressive considering its price and its pedigree. Where it came from. It's really pretty impressive. Is it a great printer? Hell no. But it's definitely not bad, and it will give you usable prints. I mean, that's impressive considering it. Oh, by the way, if you get this light that I have listed on Amazon for the enclosures, that's what I'm using to light up that enclosure, do not turn on both. In fact, I would probably suggest just getting the cold white one. I think the cold white lights it up better. But if you turn on both, this thing overheats quickly. I mean, like hot enough that you can't touch it. And that's not going to last very long at that heat. So do not use both cold and warm together, even though it looks really good. It does not have enough cooling to be able to run all 60 LEDs 7 watts at the same time. But one at a time, it's fine. Hey, Edge of Tech. I actually don't have a link for this yet because I don't think it's available anywhere yet. Actually, it's available. Wow, that's really cheap. Now, what is 120? Yeah, it's not available yet. 160 is a little high. I would like to see this below 150 because at 160, you're very close to an Ender 3 in price. So we'll have to wait until it's actually made available to see what price point it's going to hit. We're supposed to get like an inch or two of snow. We got like 6 inches. I gotta say, my what do you call it? My DMOS shovel worked great. I love that shovel. I was so pissed when he took my shovels because I can't replace those. At least not that color scheme. The color scheme I got was a Kickstarter color scheme, so it's irreplaceable. Now, what is the Anycubic Mega X? How big is it going to be? Hey, David and Bonnie. How you guys doing? Teaser. Looks like ABL. No, that's cooling. Yeah, but... Oh, okay. 300 by 300 by 300. Okay. That's what I was trying to find out, is how big. Good morning, Mr. Pedro. But I told you guys this a year ago, more than a year ago, that it's going to be very difficult to get lower in price than, you know, $200. You know, that $180 to $200 price range. It's going to be very difficult to get below that and still maintain a profit margin. It's just you're going to hit a price basement. You're going to hit a point where they just can't go lower in price and still make any kind of money. And, you know, no matter how much you cut quality control and everything else. Look at this cat. He's such a good cat. Yes, he is. I'm going to have difficulty using the Creality hotbox. I mean, it's going to be very hard because the cats really like this. I mean, they curl up together. I got all kinds of video and pictures of them just curled up together. But right now I got little Nosy up top there. And, well, they're not little anymore. And Ender, he's sitting on here. He's such a good cat. Yes, he is. He's a belligerent little prick sometimes. Engine Engineer, cool name. And Telly Mantelli is a cool name too. I like that. Hello, Timothy Harkness. This doesn't really have insulation. It's just a metallized fabric, but they love laying on top of it. I guess that bowl shape is just very comfortable for them. Even better. I always think Americans have very boring names, but then I realized that these names are probably boring where you come from. So I think American names are boring because I'm used to American names, and foreign names sound exotic and cool. Oh, geez. I don't mind them using it. That's fine. You know, as long as I keep a small printer in here like an Ender 3, it won't be anywhere near the top. And they can lay on it while it's printing. It'll actually be a heat source. Yeah, literally a kitty hammock. And they love going inside too and just sitting and chilling inside. I leave the zip half open so they can crawl in and out because they just like doing it for some reason. Yeah, right, baby? You hear something? Hmm? You hear something? Yeah, he heard something. People are making, the manufacturer themselves don't make too many updates for firmware just because there's no need. It works. Why update it? Um, but plenty of people make updates. Like one of you guys actually is doing Marlin 2.0 for all the printers they can get a hold of, and like he did all the G-Tech printers. So other people make them. Was that you? And so but in general, unless it has something you need, there's no reason to. No, my recommended. Okay, if you want a budget printer, Ender 3. If your budget is a tiny bit larger, my primary suggestion is the Ender 5. If your printer has a bootloader, you simply plug it into the computer, install the appropriate drivers, and in the in Cura, you can actually take the firmware and upload it to the printer, or you'd have to load the Arduino software if you're going to compile your own firmware. The package. Hello. So we got goodies for me from Anycubic. Your victim's happy today?
So far.
Stay warm. It's fucking cold today.
Actually, when it's not below, it's not miserable.
Yeah, because the sun's out.
Miserable, you know? So you have a good day.
You too. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Something from Anycubic. I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's the resin wash station. They mentioned something about a resin curing station or washing station. So, yeah, I love the A-Team. Let's see. Well, I hope it doesn't wash and cure all at once, because that's bad. Because you need to confirm that it is properly washed before you cure it. Because if there's any leftover resin on the printer and then you hit cure, well, it's there forever now. The Oh, it's ice coming off the ceiling. He's hearing it fall and it's getting his attention. He's like in attention mode. He's like, what's that? If I can find somebody to share a room with me, I can afford to go. Because right now, I'm looking at about $1,200 for the trip. It's a 20-hour drive, so I need a hotel room each way. That's about 60, 70 bucks. And then I got 4 nights there. So I want to get there Thursday and stay till Monday. So I can wake up Monday morning and do a 10-hour drive. I haven't watched episode 2 yet. I downloaded it, but I haven't watched it yet. But I saw that they used a it wasn't a 3D printer. It was a desktop CNC, I think. Someone said it was a desktop CNC they used. Someone was able to identify it. Yeah, come Sunday. If you're local, yeah. There you go. Come Sunday. 4 hours is an easy drive. I hope so. I'm planning to go if at all possible. Yum, 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 yum. I love the ginger peach tea. I hate when ham has the ligament tissue still in it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that would suck. Well, 8, you'd be there by noon if you slept 6 hours. Okay. I don't know if the electronics are any different. The CR20 is basically a slightly higher quality Ender 3. It's got a more solid frame and base, so it's a bit more rigid. The CR20 is one of my favorite printers. The Ender 5 has the advantage that a lot of the assemblies are pre-assembled. So you literally have back, top, bottom pre-assembled, and then you have 4 rails that connect those together. The advantage of the Ender 5 is that first, the frame is self-aligning. So unlike the Ender 3, for example, where you have to make sure everything is square and aligned correctly, you don't have to do that with the Ender 5 for the most part. The Ender 5, it self-aligns as you tighten it down because of the square cube nature of it. Like I said, for the most part, I mean, you still have to use reason and intelligence when you build it, but for the most part, compared to an Ender 3, it's self-aligning. It's pretty difficult to put it together wrong. Basically, you put the bolts in and don't tighten them all down, and when you have all the bolts and pieces together, as you tighten them down, it's obvious this thing's going to align itself, for the most part. The Ender 5 also has the advantage that it does not move the bed on Y. It moves the bed on Z. The advantage of that is, well, there's a disadvantage as well. The disadvantage is if you bump that printer, that bed's going to vibrate. And so you don't want to do that. The Ender 3 CR20 will be slightly more resistant to bumping because everything is a little more rigid in that regard. Because the bed is cantilevered, it can flex. As long as you don't mess with it, that's fine. It's not an issue. The advantage is when you're printing, your bed and your part aren't moving. Because each layer you're printing, the bed is it's still. It's not moving. When it's done printing a layer, it moves the bed and then stops, moves the bed and stops, moves the bed and stops. So while you're printing, the bed and the part aren't moving, which means it's very easy to tune the noise out of your prints. Like, for example, with a bed slinger, we call them bed slingers because they're slinging the bed back and forth. The tuning for noise will change based on what you're printing. You know, this is very lightweight. While if I were to put, 2 kilograms of plastic on that bed, it's now significantly heavier. I have to lower my acceleration even more. With the Ender 5, the bed and the part are never moving while you're printing. They're not moving on the X and Y axis. The head assembly is moving. And while that has mass, it's a fixed mass. So once you tune your profile to reduce the noise from that fixed mass moving, it's not going to change whether you print this or something this big. It won't matter because the bed and the print aren't moving. So you do not have to account for their mass. The other advantage is that it has a bigger build volume. So it's 220 by 220 by 300. So you get an extra 50 millimeters of vertical build volume, which is nice, especially if you're doing, like I do, rockets. Extra Z height is always preferred. Tarantula Pro is a good machine. I have it. I built it. I had almost zero issues with it. I was impressed. They did a good job on it. It's a basic machine. It's not like a super advanced machine. It's not a high-end machine. It's an Ender 3, basically. But no issues. It works fantastically. So I'll give TiVo credit for that. They did a good job on that printer. I want to see artillery fix their ribbon cables. They got to fix those ribbon cables. Get 2 Ender 5s. You're going to like the Ender 5, and the school will like the Ender 5 because it'll be easier to put a box around that printer and keep hands out. Really? Cool. I think I just got it. I think that box right there is that new curing cleaning station. So that'll be interesting. That's cool. My Genius has already stopped working. My Artillery Genius. My X1 is fine. Last time I used it. But the Artillery Genius has stopped working. And it's doing that thing where the head, and that's the ribbon cable. Solder joints coming loose. So it appears to be a QC issue, a quality control issue in manufacturing, where some people get ones that are fine and some people get ones that aren't. Maker Bus isn't. It's just sitting in the back. So it's empty now, except for my 4 giant crates that have my printers and filament in it. Everything else is out. Mike from Albuquerque and his son helped me empty the whole thing into my Connex containers. An incredible amount of help. Yes, but I don't know how good I'm going to be at micro soldering. Hot water. Electricity. 2 nights ago, my grid went down. The whole house turned off. None of my breakers popped. I was like, uh-oh, power outage. So I turned on the backup power. I have battery powered lights all over the house so that we can operate normally. And, you know, I looked outside. It looked like my neighbors were out too. Apparently they just weren't home. Apparently I'm one of the few people who has external lighting on their house. Most people don't have too much in the way of external lighting on their house. And, yeah. So I called the phone number for the electric cooperative to report the outage. Figured no big deal, it'll come back on. You know, if it doesn't come back on within a couple hours, I got the kerosene heater to heat the place up. They call me back and say, there's no outage. Not only that, they're showing power to my meter. I'm like, what do? I got no power. You know, I tripped my main breaker, the 100 amp breaker on the breaker panel, and it's fine. Well, apparently there's a second breaker panel on the pole underneath the meter. I didn't realize that breaker panel was mine. I thought that breaker panel was the neighbor's because my wires go, that power comes to that pole and wires go underground to my house and above ground to his house. Since I have, you know, a 100 amp breaker in my box here, I didn't realize that that breaker panel was my breaker panel. And apparently this is the way they do it. Nothing messed up. It's just the way they do it. So you have the meter, then you have a breaker, and then the power runs to your house, to your panel. I just didn't realize that's how it worked. At my old home in Pennsylvania, you got the meter on the outside of the wall and the breaker panel on the inside of the wall, and that's it. Well, here you have the pole with the meter and a breaker, and then the wire goes to your house and you have another breaker. Well, the breaker and the panel outside, 50 amps. My water heater alone draws 40 amps. Yeah, that's a problem. So I thought I had 100 amp service. Apparently I have 50 amp service. That's a big problem because the water heater and my electric car alone take 55 amps. Because I need 15 amps for the car and I need 40 amps for the water heater. Obviously not continuously, but I had the dryer going, the griddle going, the microwave going, the heat pump going, the electric car charging, the water heater going, and the dryer going. And apparently all that together was enough simultaneous power to pop that 50 amp breaker out on the pole. I retripped the breaker and all the power comes back on. So now I have to have an electrician come out because I can't putz with that. I mean, that you burn your house down with that, or kill yourself. So I got to have an electrician come out and first determine, is the wire coming from the pole to the house, is the primaries, the big thick wires that go to your breaker panel, are they 100 amp wires or are they 50 amp wires? If they are 100 amp wires, then I can simply put a 100 amp breaker in that box outside and I'm good. But if they're not 50 amp or 100 amp wires, if they're 50 amp wires, then I cannot put a larger breaker out on a pole. That's a quick way to burn your house down. That's $1,000 to upgrade. Because you're talking about 100 foot of primary cable. Ow! Why? Why would I look into it? The real estate agent said it was 100 amp. The breaker panel says it's 100 amp. The electric company said it was 100 amp. And the bank selling it said it was 100 amp. Who goes and checks to see if their house is got less wiring than everybody says it has? Nobody. I mean, your house, if you have a modern house, you have 200 amp service. Did you inspect the wires under the ground to make sure they're 200 amp capable? No, of course you didn't. Why would you? Okay, I went on the assumption that I had 100 amp service because that's what everything here says. Everything said I have 100 amp service. Remember, I didn't know that panel outside was mine. I thought that was the neighbor's. It'd probably be cheaper because I know people in Pennsylvania, New Jersey. I know people who could do that work for me for a lot less. You know, certified master electricians, you know, who could do that work, you know, and take care of it. Well, if you know you're going to draw more, yes. For example, I have been careful not to go over 100 amps because I have 100 amp service, right? So I know, like, for example, I know I have to be careful if I put an electric range in because all those components together can draw more than 100 amps. What I didn't expect was for everything to be 100 amp but have a 50 amp breaker out of the pole. That I did not expect. Remember, I didn't know that panel was mine. So all I know is there's a wire coming underground to my house to my 100 amp panel. That's all I know. It wasn't until the electric company said, well, try flipping the breaker. And that at that moment when my house came back on, that's when I realized that panel went to my house. I didn't know that's how they wired up mobile homes. Basically, from what I understand, the electric company puts the meter in at a panel, and then whoever installs the mobile home runs power to the panel and hooks it up. So that's why there's two panels. So there isn't even a way for me to inspect it. Okay, I open up the panel and I look at the primaries. Okay, so what? There's no writing on them. There's nothing on them to tell me what they are. I mean, I wouldn't even know if they're made of copper or aluminum. And I'm certainly not going to cut into them to find out. Because if they're copper, they can handle more than they can handle if they're aluminum. This house was built 20 years ago. Although apparently it might not have been. Apparently there's a different house here at one point, and he installed this house new. And so one of the neighbors around here, I'm on next door. One of the neighbors, her son's a certified electrician, and she put me in contact with him. He said he'll come out and look, and that if he doesn't do anything, he won't charge anything. He'll just come out and look at it and tell me what my situation is. He can look at it and determine what the rating for those wires are. You know, he has that knowledge set that he can make that determination. And he said that if the wires are 100 amp capable, he can put a 100 amp breaker in. Or if they're 75 amp capable, he can put a 75 amp breaker in. And but eventually I need to go to 200 amp service because I'm going to need that kind of power because I'm going all electric. I can't get gas, so I'm going to go all electric. And because I certainly don't want to use propane. Well, it depends. So the standard for a mobile home is 100 amps. But 20 years ago, if you had gas, the standard was 50. So it depends. It just depends on what they did when they wired this up. Well, when I upgrade to 200 amp, I'm definitely going copper. Aluminum is just bad news. Eventually, I'd like to be off grid. I'd like to have solar and batteries, and my grid power will just be a backup source, like a backup generator. If my battery bank gets too low, it'll just tap into the grid to charge up the batteries. That's what I would like to do. But that's not possible right now. Ender 3X. The Ender 3X isn't a different printer. The Ender 3X is just an Ender 3 with a silicon dioxide plate, like Anycubic's Ultra Base, and the one that Creality uses on the Sierra Tennis Pro and stuff like that. That's all the Ender 3X is. It's got the coated glass plate. Now, theoretically, if I do well over 3 or 4 years, I can afford enough solar panels to solar power this entire house. What I can't afford is the batteries. As of right now, a 1-day supply of power would cost me $22,000. Yeah, that's not happening. Hi, baby. He's a good cat. That's what I'm hoping. It's almost a quarter the price right now, but it's not available to consumers. Meaning the cost of a Tesla battery pack. Basically 1 Tesla battery pack per day. So I would need 2 Tesla battery packs to have a 2-day reserve of power. No, it could not. To print this, you need a 400 by 400 bed volume. You might be able to do it on a 300 by 300 bed volume if you chop the ears off, because that would save you that much on each side. Maybe. I don't know. But this needs, I did this on the Anycubic Chiron, and this is all hollow, and this is done with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle. So I still have to paint the bowl. I still have to put, I already did a second coat of paint on the face, but I'm going to do a 3rd coat, and I still have to do a second coat of paint on the body. Because this is black and this is white. You can see that through the paint. So I need like 2 more coats in order to cover up the color difference between white and black. So yeah, that's pretty cool. So he's about life size. Thank you. It's an okay print, but when you're that big, it's okay if it's a little sloppy. Actually, in the TV program, he already had something in the bowl. He came out of the tent watching these 2 fight on the ground. Load shedding? What's load shedding? Is that some BS California thing? Yeah, some sort of broth or drink or something. What's that load shedding you're talking about? Oh, good point. When I got my CR10 Max, I wasn't allowed to show you guys. Oh, wow. That sucks. A decent sized battery and a solar panel, and you can run your internet router and your computer, like a laptop. Get like a low power netbook kind of thing, like an ultrabook. And a battery for just enough power to run the laptop and your internet router. So my CR10 Max, the beta hardware I got, is in Pennsylvania. And we're looking for a box big enough to ship it in. I don't have a personal preference between Bowden and direct drive. I like the idea of direct drive for the simplicity of it. But as far as print quality, there's not much of a difference. I can't tell a difference. I mean, you gain a little bit of quality by not having the Bowden, but you lose a little bit of quality by having more mass on the moving hot end. So it's kind of a wash. Where direct drive comes in handy is stringing, filament control, and flexibles if you have a restricted filament path. That's where the direct drives come in handy. The other thing I like about direct drives is that the filament feeds directly down into the printer like this. So you can just hang your spool above the printer and it'll feed right into the printer. But for your regular run-of-the-mill day-to-day prints, there's no real difference between Bowden and direct drive. They're both fantastic. I love my Sovol SV01. It's a fantastic printer. I also love my Ender 5 and my Ender 3. Fantastic printers. So let's see what's inside this box. This is, from what I understand, beta hardware of the Mega Zero. So they're going to use feedback from people like me and others who got this as well to make any necessary changes before final release. Capricorn tubing. Ooh, I like these. I always keep the flat ones. Capricorn tuning is nice. Not required, but it is a nice upgrade. Basically, I will not replace tubing on a printer with Capricorn tubing if the tubing on the printer is working fine. But when the tubing on the printer wears out, I will replace it with Capricorn. This is an odd choice with this bag surrounding the printer. Oh, I just scored some fans too. Walmart had 16-inch wall mount fans. It looks like a pedestal fan, you like the kind of fan on a stand, except this one has no pedestal. It's got a wall mount. You mount it on the wall, and you got a remote. That's going to come in handy because I can use that to spread the hot and cold air from my point source heating and cooling. I got a Hermes as well, but I haven't tested it yet. Thank you, Brian. Instruction manual. Okay. First layer. Oops. Come here. Oh, this is 2 layers in one. Oh. Okay. So we got 2 layers here. No idea. I have no idea. No, I'm probably not going to be able to use it to move the stove heat because the stove would need some way of ducting the heat to the vents. And if it's not designed for that, you'll lose so much heat in the transfer process that it'll be pointless. This is a 1.5 wide trailer. So as you can see, it's a straight run through the kitchen to my room. And then it's pretty much a straight run back here, except for these 2 rooms. So what I am going to do is I'm going to put a hole in the wall at the peak right there at the top of the ceiling going into the guest bedroom. And then another hole going into my sister's bedroom. And I'm going to put small quiet fans in there to draw the air from this room here, which is where the heater will be. The CAD programs, it's not a matter of preference, it's a matter of what I use. And I use Tinkercad and Fusion 360. Mostly Tinkercad until I learn how to use Fusion 360. But Tinkercad's amazing. I love Tinkercad. The problem with using the swamp cooler ducts is that the input where the air blows in to go to the house is not in the house. It's on the outside on the roof. So I would have to either run a pipe from the heater through the roof, which I do not want to make a hole in the roof, and then into that duct, or I would have to backfeed through the output to the other ducts. And I think there'd be too much loss in that process. Yes and no, we can do that here as well. It's what's that called? Net metering it's called. But most of the time you cannot sell more than you use. So if you use $100 worth of electricities but generate $200 worth of electricities, the extra $100 is gone. You can only zero out your bill. You shouldn't be using the enclosure for PLA. The PLA wants to be cold, not hot. Your objective with PLA is to flash freeze it as quickly as possible. So you really shouldn't be using the enclosure for PLA. Drafts are actually a good thing for PLA. You know, a drafty environment will make your PLA prints better most of the time. Hey, Shorty Gaming World. No, Thingiverse, whatever they did, they fixed it. Thingiverse is working pretty good. So a week or two ago, they made some server upgrades, and Thingiverse has been pretty reliable now. Loads right up. So whatever they did, it did good. Well, that's different. That's yeah, drafts is not the same thing as just too damn cold. So yeah, if you're trying to run a printer in like a garage or something like that where there's no heat, then yes, an enclosure might help with PLA. Literally to have the bed turn on for the first, 10 layers or so, and it's probably going to be enough heat for your print to succeed. Or run your bed at like, 30 Celsius or something like that, just to get the ambient temperature, 40 Celsius, just to get the ambient temperature in there to something more reasonable. I don't know what the new Mega Zero has. Yes, the Chiron is kicking ass, taking names, chewing bubblegum, and it's all out of bubblegum. Yeah, the Chiron's kicking butt. It's doing good. So, from what I understand, because this doesn't have a heat bed, it actually uses a power brick, which is right here. And apparently, it's actually a UL listed, a properly UL listed brick. And we got 12 volts, 6 amps. Come on, Anycubic. 200 gram spool. Come on. Thank you, Tony. Thank you for the $5. My favorite printer is the Creality Ender 2. My favorite current printer, the printer that I would suggest people buy, is the Ender 5. German reviews of this printer is not good. I love Duke Nukem. I still have my Tapwave Zodiacs with Duke Nukem Forever on it. Scraper, spool holder. That looks like the X-arm. Lead screw with a rubber captive. Looks like it. No, that's the coupler. Yeah, that's the coupler. And, oh, cool. The feeder is clear. From what I'm seeing on AliExpress, between 120 and 160. But it hasn't been released yet, so we don't know the final price. Check that out. The feeder unit is clear. That's freaking cool. Huh. So this is going to be the input. Oh, I love that. The input has a piece of PTFE tube. Okay, here's the arm. Okay. That seems a little sketchy. That seems a little flimsy there, but, we'll see. But that's pretty cool that it's clear. I like that. Very cool. Stepper motors. So that is going to be Z-axis, and that is a metal bracket for the Z-axis. That's good. Oh, a little pancake. Oh, is this a dual drive? No, it's not. But that's a little tiny pancake motor for the extruder. I'm surprised they're doing that. That's an itty bitty little extruder motor. Cool. Okay. So there is your brain box unit. So that contains the brain box to run the printer in your LCD panel. I wonder what the stickers are for. Quality control checks. The blower looks good. I don't see any problems there, and it is ABS molded, not printed. It's got a little tiny heater block and what looks like a Creality style cooling unit. That's a pretty nice little compact hot end. And the limit switch is on this part here. That makes the wiring harness easier. Huh. That's pretty cool. Okay. That's a nice solid way of doing your homing switch. Okay. Pretty cool so far. All metal. Nice thick metal brackets. Nothing is thin and chintzy. Even the little idler bracket here is nice and stiff and strong. That's a nice thick bracket. These are going to be your gantry verticals. Very well packed, as we've come to expect. I like this. See how they have this foam here? So this bed can't go too far during shipment. Very good. So that packing is excellent. Very good job. In typical Anycubic fashion, they're using smooth rods with LMUU bearings, which I'm not a big fan of, but these do appear nice. And these are all metal. Is that metal? That feels like, is that metal or plastic? That feels like metal. Yep, that's metal. Nice. So the hold downs for the smooth rods are metal. Very nice. The gear is installed wrong on the pancake motor. Looks a little low, but no, it's in there. Looks like it's at the wrong part of the teeth. So should it be upside down? Flipped over? Because it looks like it's down here at the chamfered part. And it goes too low, but if I flip it over, that'll put it at the correct spot. But yeah, that does look like an issue. So the gear comes down to here. And as you can see, this is the drive portion here. And this part down here is beveled. So the gears are trying to engage the beveled portion of that gear. Yeah, that makes sense. Flipping it over will fix that. Good catch, though, because your average user is not going to notice that. Okay. I do like that ultra solid base here. You know, even though it lacks a heated bed, I am a fan of this really, really nice build. 40 by 40s, 20 by 40s, super strong metal bracket that is, look at this, the Y-axis motor bracket is 3-axis. Okay, what that means is you have a face here, you have a face here, and you have a face here. So you have 3 faces, okay? Let me show you this. I think I'm going to like this print. This is a little tiny detail that most people won't notice. That can make a big difference. Okay, so I had to do the same thing when I put a hitch in my Geo Metro. Okay? This is a 3-axis plate. Okay, by having the plate occupy all 3 axes, the plate is much, much stiffer. So think of this as your 1 axis, and then this as 1 axis, and then this as 1 axis. So this axis, and this axis are all covered by this plate. This plate will never move. This is good. So your stepper motor is bolted on here. It bolts to this axis, and it bolts to this axis here. And then these side plates here give you stiffness, all included, is all bent, give you stiffness on the 3rd axis. That is a well-designed plate. Most of your plates are simply 1-axis plates, just a bend, and they bolt in. And those plates can, if you you grab a CR10, most of them are like this. Okay, this is a 1-axis plate. So you have here, and that's it. So 2 axes, but it only bolts to 1. This one. Now for something like this, this is fine. This is a low impact component, and it's got a 3-point attachment here. So for this, that's fine. But for a high torque application like here, this is very nice. This is extremely rigid. This will never move. So as long as this is cut and drilled and machined properly, so as long as this component is made correctly, this will never move. This is good. That's nice. That is a very well designed plate. These here are not 3D printed or plastic. They are aluminum. So grub screws through aluminum, through metal to your steel smooth rods. Very nice. Your frame is incredibly strong. Okay, you have 40 by 40s and you have 20 by 40s. Yeah, you could kill somebody with this. That's not a problem. That's nice. X-axis is 10 by 10, but that's fine. It doesn't need to be any bigger. Or, sorry, 20 by 20. It doesn't need to be any thicker than that. Your verticals are 20 by 40, which, as we know, is perfectly fine. And this here is also 20 by 20, which is perfectly fine. Very, very nice. I am liking what I'm seeing so far. So here is your plate that does not require heat. Look at that nice, thick, one-piece plate. Nice, thick end stop plate. Are they metal as well? They might be plastic. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, I think, hold on, let me check this. I think they're plastic, which is okay. They look very well molded. Yep, they're plastic. Okay. So the LMUU brackets are plastic, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. They have nice ribbing here for strength and rigidity. Okay. They triple zip tied everything. That's good. That is nice and tight. A little bit of thrum. I don't think I need to adjust that. It's fine. Here's another angle of your bracket. Very well designed. I like that a lot. Okay. Nice knobs, although as we know, they are loose. They come loose during shipment. That's okay. 3 is good. 1 to hold it, 2 to secure it, 3rd is a backup. Nothing wrong with that. All the holes are properly machined. Very nice. I would like to see taller feet. Just a little bit taller feet. Not a big deal, especially on this design. It doesn't need to be taller, but it's a would be nice to have. You can see all the machined holes here. Those are, you got 2 each for your smooth rod brackets, and you got 2 for your stepper motor, so 6 total. See the same thing down here. There's your holes for the smooth rod brackets. Nice thick plate. As you can see, it looks pretty flat to me. I will put a straight edge on that, but that looks flat. Not happy with the springs. This is a mod I used to make to these printers. You have your, this one actually doesn't need an insulated washer because this is not a heat bed, so there's no PCB for you to damage. But they use the washer nut that keeps the screw from turning inside the plate, and then your spring and your adjustment knob. I don't like these springs. I'd like to see them go to the die compression springs. It is not an expensive upgrade. It's probably a nickel for them, literally a nickel. So I'd like to see that. I love that they're using proper bolts and not those stupid ass moon bolts that they love using here. I hate these moon bolts. Well, that's one way you could bring the price of the printer down. And the reality is, PLA doesn't actually need a heated bed. It would be pretty easy to add a small AC heater to this bed for like 25 bucks. No links for this printer yet because it's not available yet. So this is a beta hardware. Okay. End stop switch. Very nicely designed. I like this. Oh, they're using a pancake motor for the x-axis as well. And is it a pancake for the... Yeah, it's a pancake for that one as well. So the only full-size NEMA motor is the z-axis. The other three are pancake motors. Cool. That'll also help bring costs down. Very cool. Actually, the only way I could see to make this slightly better would be if they were to have made that a long box mounted on the front so the printer took less space, but then your spool holder is going to take space too, so it depends on where they mount that. But initial impressions, very good. It looks like it is exceptionally well engineered. We will obviously find out more as we go. Come on, get in there. Why, hello, kitty. You enjoying that heat up there? Okay. Sort our parts. But yeah, that's not bad. Your standard spool holder. Yes, this machine is far better engineered than an Ender 3. Will it print as well as an Ender 3? I don't know, because the engineering you put into your parts don't define how well it prints. It can help, but doesn't define it. They even marked their end cap with Anycubic. Nice. Take pride in your brand. I don't have a problem with that. There we go. That just snaps on. Even the spool holder bracket is slightly better designed. With nice thick metal, smooth, no sharp edges. Not bad. And the power supply feels good. I can understand that this is UL listed. It's a nice quality. You can tell the difference. You pick up a a cheap power supply and you pick this power supply up. Even the plastic itself is better quality. No, you could not sell this printer for $100. There's no way. There's too much stuff here to sell this for $100. $100, 130 is about the 100 is about the cheapest you can get for a 3D printer, and you're going to get the 101 Hero or the Easy 3D-X1 for that price. It's going to be an all plastic, dinky little, not very rigid printer. You can't buy this much aluminum for $100. You can't do it. This is a $500 printer. The only reason this thing is going to be under $200 is because it's coming from China. If this was coming from the US, it'd be $400 or $500. You guys got to remember that Creality has an advantage above other manufacturers because of their mass production. Most of these printers are parts put together. Creality is mass producing printers. So they have economies of scale other manufacturers do not have, even in China. Are you inspecting? Huh? Am I doing a good job, kitty? The inspector has arrived. I better pass or he's going to claw me. If they can get this down to 150, 160, they'll have a solid machine. I would like to see them at about 150, 160 bucks. Oh yeah, it's a good point. That has power going to it. Yeah, I would say a good price point for this printer would be, optimally, I would love it if they can get it down to 150 from China, 170 from the US. No, Amazon. But 150 from China, that would be a pretty sweet price point if they can beat that. The Ender 3 is not under $200. It's only under $200 if you order it from China. If you order from the US, it's $210, which is still a fantastic price. Generic 8GB card, completely unmarked. That is going to be for the extruder. That is going to be for your PC connection. Don't know what those are for, but they are marked M416 4 pieces, M425 2 pieces. They are all properly marked. This is going to be for your vertical gantry. I've never gotten a bad SD card from Anycubic yet, so hopefully. This one here, that's not an old school connection. That's a totally standard connection. Barrel connectors are industry standard. They're doing that because they don't have a heated bed. They don't need a huge, massive power supply. So they're able to use a power brick, like a laptop brick. This is a, I believe it's 12 volts. Yes, 12 volt, 6 amps. Oh, the PC cable? Oh, that's totally standard. All PCs use this cable. If you're into computers and 3D printing, this is called a C13. You have 100 of these. And this cable actually feels good. There's a lot of these C13 cables lately that are very, very sketchy. And that's, excuse my language, dangerous as fuck, considering these printers can draw 400 or 500 watts. You know, the ones with heat beds. So be careful. You could usually tell if it's a sketchy cable because it'll bend like a rope really easily. It won't have this type of resistance you normally have. So be careful. I've gotten some printers that come with cables where the cable gets warm as the printer is printing. Okay, real sketchy. Hopefully this is a decent quality cable. It looks and feels like a decent quality cable. It says it's 10 amp rated. So this feels like a good cable, but some of the printers I've gotten come with some pretty shady cables. Oh yeah, that's mini USB. That's common as well. Most of these guys haven't gone to micro USB yet. They still use the mini A, which is that one. What looks like a little house. That actually feels like a nice cable. I'm going to keep that. Just feels like a good cable. M545. Oh, that's going to be your vertical gantry. So these will be for the top, and these will be for through your 40 by 40 into your verticals. That's going to be for the spool holder. No, it's one. No, 2 pieces. Okay. Why is there only one T-nut? Must be a different bag. Looks like you get an extra limit switch, or is that the Z limit switch? That might be the Z limit switch. After sales service card. It's like a plastic card. Oh, the memory card reader looks interesting. Yes, I'm impressed. It looks like they did not cut any corners on this printer. Instead of trying to make the printer cheaper by cutting corners. Oh, that's why it's only one. Okay. It looks like they wanted to make the highest quality printer they could at a low price. So nice thick bed, nice thick wide carriage, all thick metal plates, metal connections for all components. Everything is absolutely metal. Nice heavy duty 40 by 40 rails. I mean, this printer is strong. This is going to be a very stiff printer. No problem. You can comment whatever you want, buddy. That's fine. So that's a full-size SD card. Oh, here it is. So you got full-size SD card and micro SD on the back here. So that's that little generic SD card reader they include. I'll just use mine. We will see what is on the SD card. Don't need the stupid sample. Okay. And the directions are already see one improvement over a lot of other manufacturers. Actually, I think the Chiron had this problem, so it looks like they fixed it. When they talk about the size screws they have, they actually reference the size here. So in the actual step in the instructions, it says M545 instead of saying, you know, this screw, and then you got to figure out which screw it is. So good, thank you. Let's see, do I need any of this? So gantry first, the M545s. Then we install the Z-axis. They talk about making sure it is not excellent. They actually have a diagram for you to make sure that the motor is actually flat on the rail and not crooked, because that's going to cause Z-binding. The directions are very clear as to which side the Z-stepper goes on. Good. Set screws for the couplers. They even go through and very clearly specify that one of the set screws has to be on the flat of the stepper shaft. Good. Installing the X-axis module. Finger tight for the brass collet. Excellent. There is some adjustment for the Z-axis. That's good. Installing the feeder. Installing the top brace. Installing the filament holder. Very nice. The instructions really don't look that bad. Okay. Let me read what I missed on here. Yeah, it is pretty small. Not bad, but it is pretty small. The holes on the Z extrusion, they are not mirror images of each other. No, they are not. Okay, so this one needs to go on the correct side and in the correct orientation, because you need those to be where the Z motor is going to be, and you need those to be where the end stop is going to be. So this has to be on the correct side, and it has to be the correct orientation. In the future, Anycubic, two ways I could see to make that a little easier for, what the hell is that? Oh, grease. Okay. Lead screw grease. Okay. You could either drill these holes on both pieces and drill these holes on both sides. This way it doesn't matter where you put these pieces. Or put a sticker on it. Put a sticker clearly marking, you know, left side, back side. So people know left side, back side. Even better would be to have a small sticker, like let's say I think this goes on this side. Let's assume I'm correct and it goes on this side. Okay, put a small sticker with an arrow on it here, and a small sticker with an arrow on it here. And now all you have to do is line up the two arrows, and you're good. Okay, that's a super cheap way that'll cost you almost nothing and make this foolproof for installation. So put an arrow sticker here and put an arrow sticker here, whichever side's the correct side. Actually, I think it might go on that side, but whichever side's correct, so that the end user, all they have to do is go arrow, arrow, point the two arrows to each other, and you're done. They don't even have to remove the arrows when they're done, because they're in the back. They'll be covered up by the Z-axis stepper motor. So there's an idea for you for making this a little more foolproof. Well, claymores are kind of more important to foolproof. That's kind of important. Using a wheel to activate the end stop is actually common. More common than you might think. Okay. Nice pair of nippers. They actually seem like they're halfway decent. Okay. Oh, man. Anycubic, thank you so much. This is wonderful. I want to show you guys how wonderful this is. I don't know. G-Tech is not being too free with sending out review units. And I literally cannot afford to buy one. It would take a month's income to buy one. This will not open this bag. There it goes. This is wonderful. Hey, you call them cheap, but these got long handles. Thank you, Anycubic. Most of the wrenches we use are these short-ass little wrenches. Okay? So having a long wrench is freaking awesome. I'm going to use these. So yeah, because when you're trying to reach in here to one of these wheels or one of these adjustments, look how nice and easy that is with that nice long wrench. Oh, that's great. I am very happy about that. The only thing I would like to see is I'd like to see you mark them. I'd like to see you stamp or engrave what the measurement for the wrenches are. So, you know, 10 millimeter, 8 millimeter, whatever. But I'd like to see them marked. But beyond that, freaking fantastic. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Long, that little tiny bit right there, that little long wrench is nice. They are nice ball end wrenches. I mean, as usual, these wrenches are not always the best quality, but at least they are long and they are ball end. So that is nice. There's your covers for your nippers. There you go. Okay, let me get all these bags out of the way. I don't need that. I don't need that. Hey, we got a PayPal. Who is this from? I don't know who this is from. Business Technology Integration LLC. I know it's one of you guys watching. Thank you very much. $25 on PayPal. Remember, if you send it to me by PayPal, I get 97% of it. If you send it on YouTube, I only get 70% of it. YouTube keeps 30%. So PayPal's preferred. But thank you very much for the $25. I appreciate that. Cats are pretty cheap. They basically cost, let's see, 120-pound bag almost gets me 2 months. So I have Amazon set to ship me a bag every 2 months. And it's like $12 or $13. So that's $6 a month in food. And the litter is $15 per container, and it's good for about a month and a half. I have 3 litter containers so that I don't have to get it so often. I only have to get litter like once every 3 or 4 months. So you're talking $20 a month for 2 cats. I can afford that. You know, one night's pizza order from Domino's or something like that is the cost to keep these cats for a month. So, yeah. I had a dog. I had a little Peekity Shih Tzu, all white. I have a beautiful picture of him. Once I get it out, I'm going to hang it up in here. Smart freaking dog. But cats are a little lower maintenance, and cats are a little easier when they have to be kept indoors. I like cats and dogs. I'm a meow wolf kind of person. So let's fix that gear motor first. Try not to use the ball end when you're dealing with set screws. They can strip. No, he died. He died of old age. He lived to 22 years, which for the small dogs is a lot. Yeah. True, not as cheap. Wet food would cost you about $30 a month, $1 a can. You can get it a little cheaper than that. So, about, actually, not that much more. About $10 more per month. He actually died while I was at NARM. They didn't want to tell me while I was away. And hey, somebody else sent a PayPal. Jonathan Barnes, $5 on PayPal. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. I can't in good conscience recommend the Creality enclosure over the Wham Bam enclosure. If the Creality enclosure was like $45-50, I'd recommend it all day long. It's a grow tent basically, and that's all they really are. It's just an enclosure. There's nothing wrong with it. I love the pockets. In fact, I'm going to suggest Wham Bam add a pocket to the sides like Creality has. I like the pockets. But the Creality tent is $90. This is 10 times better, and it's only $120. So for a $30 difference, you get a substantially better box, in my opinion. If this was $50, it'd be this hands down. You know, that if you've got the money, this if you don't. But for a $30 price difference, get the Wham Bam box. Now, there is one difference. This box will take an Ender 5. That will not. It's not tall enough to hold an Ender 5. Any Ender 3 class machine will fit in here, but not an Ender 5, which is a pity. I'm actually working with them to see if they can make an extension of riser, because it's big enough on X and Y for an Ender 5. It's just not big enough on Z. So a riser would fix that. Now, the other advantage is Creality just sent me this one. Now, I wasn't sure what this was because this is a different size box than that tent, but I know it's a tent. Do you know how I know it's a tent? I can hear the poles inside. So this is the big one. So this will take the CR10 V2 and the Ender 5 Plus. So that's not available yet, but it's coming. So if you have to have one that'll hold those printers, then you have to go with this. Because right now, this is the only size the Wham Bam has. But if you're talking an Ender 3 or smaller printer, go with the Wham Bam. It's only $30 more, and it is substantially better. I will be releasing a video this weekend with details on this box and my feedback to Wham Bam 1 to how to improve it, as well as the Creality one. I make between $800 and $1,100 a month, and that's for 2 people. I have to pay for me and my sister. So that's what I live on. I live on between $800 and $1,100 a month. Like March of this year is going to be bad. My Amazon this month, which is what I'll get in March, was only $580. So that means my pay in March is going to be about $830 total. That's going to hurt. I like the fact that it has no bottom. I prefer no bottom because you don't have to try to pick up the printer and insert it into the tent. So no bottom is better in my opinion. And no bottom allows you to extend the height. So yeah, no bottom is better. I do not like, matter of fact, I might even attach the frame at the bottom or sew a reinforcement around the bottom just so I could remove the bottom of the Creality one. I prefer no bottom. Well, he's diabetic. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I've heard that. €200 was that $300? That's a little bit less than I'm living on. Because if that's $300 per person, that's $600. I'm living on about $800 or $900, so I have a little advantage. But I have a house, and I got to pay for everything. But the house is paid off, so all I got to do is pay my $500 a year taxes, and my house is safe. Where does it need a hole? make sure we got to get that feedback to him because they can change that. Because I am suggesting a change to the flap system on the top for the spool holder to come out, because there's a better way to do that. Instead of having the flap do this, I want the flap to do this with the little cloth fingers in between. So you'd have a piece that would lay down like this, and the spool holder would come up in between the nylon teeth. What's 230 USD? Well, just remember, well, at least in the United States, you can't own a house. Not really. Like, I say I have this house free and clear, but I don't actually own it. I only have fee simple title, which is the highest level of title you can get in the United States. So ultimately, the Crown owns the house and the property, meaning the state owns the property, and I am first right of tenancy. That's what fee simple title is. Most people don't realize that. That's how they're able to charge you property tax every year. It's basically rent. But what can you do? Can't do anything about it. Not yet, at least. Not until we enable political cannibalism. ETP, baby. It's coming. Yeah, it's coming. Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by own. Okay, to me, ownership implies possession free and clear. Okay. What happens when an entity can raise your rent to the point where you can't pay it? Do you still own it? Was it ever actually yours if somebody else can evict you from it simply by increasing your rent? Well, that's what they did in Pennsylvania. My rent, property taxes, and school taxes went up to $8,500 a year. My cost of living here is less than $8,500. Back in Pennsylvania, just my property taxes were $8,500 a year. They effectively took my home from me by raising the taxes to the point where I can't pay. So, did I actually own it? I posit I did not own it. I posit the state of Pennsylvania owned it, and they increased the rent until they can evict me. So, do you own it? Technically, yes. Technically, no. You have, technically what you have is first right of tenancy. You have the right to live there, the right to control it, second to the government. Does that not make the government technically the owner? I don't know. But I say there's a question as to who actually owns it. If you don't pay your property taxes, they throw you out. So did you own it? If somebody can take it from you because you didn't pay some bill, I posit you didn't own it. It has opening on the top for the spool holder, and it even has 5 openings in the back for MMU. Well, of course you just pay it. You don't have a choice. They have a gun to your head, literally. Remember, property taxes in the U.S. are collected at gunpoint. People say, well, that's hyperbole, is it not? Really? Stop paying your taxes. What happens? You get a nastygram in the mail that says you owe taxes. Continue to ignore it. What happens? They go to court and get a judgment. Continue to ignore it. What happens? Go to the ultimate conclusion of that. A sheriff with a gun comes to remove you from the house. That means the taxes are collected at gunpoint. They say, well, they're not going around pointing guns at people. Well, that's because people are smart enough to pay it because they know the gun is coming if they don't. That doesn't mean it's not a gunpoint. That just means you're avoiding it by capitulating. You're paying. Actually, with property taxes, they typically don't take it out of the sale. They foreclose. They take your house from you via sheriff sale. They don't wait until you sell it because you could just live there until you die. I am not aware of any place in the country that doesn't have property taxes. Not that I'm aware of. I know in the past it was possible in Nevada and Texas to get a alloidal title. A alloidal title is actual ownership. That's where you actually own the land. The only way they could take it from you is eminent domain. But as far as I'm aware, that's not possible anywhere in the country. Yep. And then if there's anything left, you might get some of it. So, it's the way it's been for 200 years. And it's not going to be easy to change that. My taxes here, $510 a year. About 4% of my income. Now, my other taxes are higher here. So state income tax is about 4%, which is 25% higher or 30% higher than Pennsylvania. And sales tax is about 8%, which is double what it was in Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, it was only 4%. But my overall tax burden is lower. In Pennsylvania, I was making $24,000 a year, and my taxes were 74% of everything I made. Here in New Mexico, I make $12,000 a year, but my taxes are only 39% of everything I make. So even though I'm making half the amount of money, my take home is actually $1,500 more per year than in Pennsylvania on half the income. And that's just because of the tax difference. This year is going to be tough because I got to figure out how to do my taxes. All of my income is 1099 income, you know, Amazon, eBay, Patreon, etc. But half of it I claimed as income for my business. And then the other half is going to be income directly to me that I have to pay taxes on now. How do I report that, though? I don't know. I got to figure out how to do it. Because I'm going to owe 18% on everything I made. Because I'm going to owe 13.3% to the federal government right off the top. That's for your self-employment tax. And then I'm going to owe about 5% to the state of New Mexico for the 6 months that I was here. So that's 18% that I have to come up with on the money I made last year. That's not a small amount of money. That means I'm going to have to come up with let's call it 6,000 times. I got to come up with $1,000 to pay the government. I don't have it, which means I'm going to have to take it out of a credit card and pay it. People say, well, if you only make $12,000, you don't owe any taxes. That's bullshit. We do have laws like that. They can do that. It's called civil asset forfeiture. So, yeah, we have those laws here. Yeah, I heard New York's pretty expensive. The entire Northeast is pretty expensive just because it's a very high density area. Really? It's been loading pretty good for me lately. Not perfect, but it's been loading pretty good. Okay. Another PayPal. Joseph, $10 on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. I need you to send me a picture. So I need a picture describing where the problem is on this for the Prusa, because they designed this to fit a Prusa. So we need pictures of where it's not fitting right so we can show them exactly what needs to be changed. Probably still about what I'm paying now, about 39%. Because the taxes that I pay are pretty fixed. the state taxes would go up about 1%. But if I can make $60,000 a year, my property taxes would actually go down. The amount I'm paying would be the same, but when you calculate them as a percentage, it would go down. So right now, at $12,000 a year, my property taxes are 4.25% of my income. But at $60,000 a year, my property taxes would be like 1% of my income. But the 13.3% of the federal government would still be exactly the same. The 4.7% to the state of New Mexico would be exactly the same. This brick gets hot. It's UL listed. It should be a safe brick. And 6 amps is not that much. You do want to make sure it's not covered. You know, make sure it can breathe. Well, it's very simple. Most people don't realize that there's quite a lot of taxes that you pay that you don't recognize, okay? You have to pay property tax. You have to pay 4 federal income taxes, okay? So FIT is fit into 4 taxes. You have payroll, Social Security, Medicare, and base. These 3 here are 13.3%. Base will be 0% for me because I am below the minimum amount. Okay. You also then have state sales income tax, which for me is going to be about 4%. Then you have other taxes. You have property taxes. You have sales taxes, which for me is 8%. This is 4.25%. You also have utility taxes. I think I figured them out at around 6%. Okay. So these are all the taxes that I have to pay. When you talk about standard deductions and stuff like that, you know how they say your standard deductions $10,500. That only applies to federal income tax base, meaning the tax you figure out on your 1040. These taxes, you pay the full amount, whether you make $5 or $500,000. You pay the full amount, 13.3% on every single dollar you make. The state tax is a little more complicated. It's like 3% for the first $1,500, and it's like 3.5% for the next X amount of dollars, and it's like 4% for the next X amount of dollars. It gradually goes up as you make more. And so my base taxes are for 17.3%. This is actually going to be like 4.4%. So my base taxes are about 18%. Meaning whether I make $10 or $10,000, I have to pay 18% to the federal government and state government. Do the math. $6,000 is about what I made in New Mexico. Okay, so take 13.3%, take 4.5%, and multiply it into that. Well, that's easy. Ender 5 for a beginner, yes. For a first printer, I suggest an Ender 5. So $6,000 times 0.18 is $1,080. There is no deductions from that. There's no credits from that. There's no rebates from that. You have to pay that no matter how much you make. If I made $50 this year, I'd have to pay 18% of it to the federal government and the state government. Okay, I made $6,000. I got to pay $1,080 in taxes. Period. No discussions. That comes right off the top. So if I make $12,000 a year, I got to pay $2,100 in taxes every year, no matter what. You can't deduct it. You can't reduce it. You can't write it off. You got to pay that much. I've tried, and I have had a little bit of success. Not much. The problem is I gain value by having the printers. And if the amount of money I get for them gets to be so small that it becomes not worth the effort to sell. Like, for example, take this printer here. This printer's $150 new. Okay, so 6 months from now, when I'm done with this printer, how much could I sell it for? $40? $50? It's not worth selling for $40 or $50. I mean, $40 will buy me a week's worth of pellets. I gain more value by keeping the printer and making more videos with it. than I do for selling it for 50 bucks. And that's the problem. And that's if I sell it locally. If you got to ship it, thank you. If you have to ship it, forget it. You're not making any money. That's what I'm thinking about. There is a way to slightly reduce my taxes. Actually, it'll increase my taxes, but it'll decrease what is taxable. If I make the company earn, it just reconnected. If I make the company earn the income and then I pay myself dividends from the company, then the tax on dividends is a lot less. Matter of fact, the tax on dividends at my level, I think is 0. I think it'd be no tax at all. So I wouldn't have to pay the 13.3%. I don't know about the 4% of the state, but I know there's restrictions on what counts as a dividend in order to prevent people from abusing it, just like I want to do. So I got to learn how to do that. I don't know how to do that yet. And I got to do it right, because you don't fuck with the tax man, because he will anal rape you. So, but yeah, there you go. So that's how I get the 39%. Well, there's no way to get negative 270 from the feds unless you're claiming an earned income credit, which I might actually be able to claim. Maybe. Oh yeah, I know. Well, actually, I will be able to write off my heating once I have the workshop set up. The workshop is 100% business. So any dollars I put into heating that is a tax write-off. The heating in the house is not a tax write-off. I can't claim that. Exactly. You have to divide the property into the space you use for work. But the workshop will be all work. So any money I put into that can be written off. The problem is, at my level, there's not a whole lot to write off because I don't owe a lot in taxes. I owe a lot relative to what I make, but in the bigger picture, I don't owe a lot. No, you don't understand. I'll explain it again. Okay? Federal income taxes are 4 separate taxes. Most people don't realize this. There are 4 taxes. You have payroll tax, which is a federal income tax. You have Social Security, which is a federal income tax. You have Medicaid, which is a federal income tax. And you have what I call base, or 1040. Okay? So, base, I'll owe 0. Because the standard deduction is like $10,000 or $12,000, and I only made $6,000 this year. So base federal income tax, I'll owe 0. And with EIC, I might get a little money back, maybe a couple $100. Okay, but Medicare, I got to pay the full amount. Social Security, I got to pay the full amount. And because I'm self-employed, payroll, which normally your employer pays, I got to pay the full amount. So as my own company, I have to pay 13.3% on every single dollar I make, and there is no deductions, there's no credits, there's no coupons, there's no reducing it. You owe, if you make $5, if you make $1, you need to write a check for 13.3 cents to the federal government. I think you're allowed to round that down to 13 cents. Now, I'm not joking. If you make $1 as your own business, you owe 13 cents to the federal government. And you cannot deduct it, you cannot write it off. Base, I'll owe nothing. But payroll taxes, I'll owe 13.3%. And then the state, there's no deductions on that either, so I'll owe 4% to the state of New Mexico. Yeah, the EIC 271. I might get slightly more since I'm taking care of Michelle as a dependent. So I might get a hair more, but that's $271 versus $1,080 that I have to pay the federal government. If you send me $50 on PayPal, I got to pay 18% to the government, plus 3% to PayPal. So 21% goes to taxes and fees. If you were to meet me in person and hand me a gift Well, you paid the taxes on that. You're allowed to give me a gift, and that's not income. That is a gift from you to me. But when you get a gift through someone like PayPal, there's no way to argue with the government. They're going to count it as income. No problem. They're very responsive. If you can give them any kind of details, like explain to them exactly how it doesn't fit, they can adjust it and make it fit. Be careful. If anybody figures out there's cash, they'll start taking it. Well, legitimately, that's a gift. If you give someone, if I see a random guy on the road and I decide to give him $20, that's a gift. You know, he doesn't have to pay tax on that. Actually, you do have to pay tax on that, but I pay the tax on it, not him. You would have to, what is the, let's see, I think it's $16,000 a year. If you receive more than $16,000 a year, you owe tax on it. But if you receive more than $16,000 a year, the part past $16,000, you can apply your lifetime limit. So basically, people would have to give me like $4 million for me to owe taxes as a gift. Yeah, rich people know how to adjust the tax law to their favor. So you're never going to hit that limit. I don't know how that works. I mean, I honestly don't know how it works. Basically, if I get a 1099, I got to pay tax on it. So, you know, my Patreon, I got to pay 18%. My PayPal, I got to pay 18%. My Amazon, I got to pay 18%. eBay, I probably don't have to pay anything on. It's under $400. And if it's under $400, you don't have to report it. So my eBay and stuff like that, I won't have to pay anything on. Doesn't work that way because the PayPal is going to be counted as 1099 income. Good luck passing an audit. You'll never survive. You're going to pay tax on that. The only way for you to make a gift actually count as a gift is if it's not reported on a 1099, meaning you hand me cash or a check. Let's see. Alrighty. So that's the back. This is the front. And as I suspected, and they are very clear on the instructions here, that this is the back of the printer, and that the one with the holes goes on this side, and that the two small holes have to face out. So they actually do mark that pretty good. What I would advise Anycubic is to arrow stickers right here. One there, and it's foolproof. Yep. Ah, did you hear Michelle pour food? Huh? Did you hear the food? Yes, you did.
Where was the first overview?
Yep, you just woke him up. So yeah, that was printed on the Chiron. It was supposed to be one piece, but the spool jammed right here. So I changed spools. You know, I printed. Actually, the reason it's different color is because I printed this, and I got fed up with the spool jamming. So I used the rest of that roll of filament to print a spool holder, and then I printed the rest of it. But otherwise, this would be one print. And it's all hollow. There's nothing inside there. There's only I think 10 millimeters of infill at the bottom here just to give it structure so that this doesn't deform and warp. This took 56 hours. So not long, 2.5 days, 3 days. When you consider how big it is, that's pretty fast. Before we're done here, I'll show you a couple of the other prints I got going. I got a real big, like 3 kilogram Zelda. And then I have a big 5 kilogram Luby Sorceress that I'm printing. Yeah, it's going to be almost 2 meters tall, like 1.6 meters tall. The hang on, let me find these screws. No. M45, here we go. Yeah, it came out pretty neat. Yeah, they would love for everything to be digital because then they can collect the tax on everything. They basically eliminate gifts. No, Zelda's done. She's sitting behind me. You can't see it. You can see her head sticking up there. I'll grab her in a minute. You liking the 4Max Pro? I love that they used 40 by 40 rails on this. That makes this bottom so rigid. And plenty of thread sticking out. So lots of bite. Nice. Ooh, nice clean threads too. I'm threading these in by hand. And they're going in without a problem. I might have to try to weasel myself one of them out of them. Before you tighten these down, just run your finger over this joint here. Make sure it's nice and even so that you know this is relatively straight before you go cranking these down. That's a hard question because they're all identical. There's basically no difference between the Mars, the Photon, and the Creality. They are all use the exact same screen. I'll give a slight edge to the Creality because it has a stronger UV LED, so it the layers print a little faster. The cheapest is probably going to be the Mars, and the Creality and the Photon will be right behind it. They're all right around 240, 260. Yep, these were a little loose, so we do want to tighten those up. Yeah, they're all pretty darn cheap. They're all right around 250, 260. Well, they can, because cryptocurrency, at some point, you have to transfer it to a real currency. And that's what they're going to get you. Okay. The smell can be a little strong, but I actually think these are going to come in handy for resin printers. I am going to put a hole right in my wall to the outside and a very small little 5-volt USB fan into the duct hole on the back of this box. The hole is right up top of the little round 3-inch hole to create just an ever so slight negative pressure so that any smells coming from those printers are going outside and not in my house. Yep, they'll have to. Now keep in mind, I don't have a problem with taxes. You gotta have taxes. But somebody making $12,000 a year should not be paying 40% of it to taxes. Our tax system is very, very broken. There you go, nice and straight. I pay 40% of everything I make in taxes. I make $12,000 a year, and I pay 40% to taxes. I pay 4% to the state of New Mexico. I pay 0% for base federal income tax. In fact, I'll get like $200 back if that guy said it was right. I also pay 13.3% to the federal government for federal income taxes for payroll, Social Security, and Medicare. I pay 4.25% of my income to property tax, 8% to sales tax, and about 6% to utility taxes on $12,000 of income a year. And that's just the direct taxes. That's not including the indirect taxes. So anytime you hear somebody say the lower income people don't pay taxes, you should punch them in the mouth. Of course I'm counting sales tax. It's 8% of everything I make. 8% can't be ignored. My sales taxes are twice as much as my property taxes. My property taxes are $500 a year. My sales taxes are $1,000 a year. No, I didn't. Long-lasting screen? Oh, now that sounds interesting. Because that's the big killer with these printers is the screens don't last long. Now, I would not suggest getting a resin printer for inside house use if you have children or pets. You know, you wanna protect it. Just because it's not that the printer's dangerous, it's that the danger is unknown. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you pay 50%. I'd be surprised if you weren't paying more than 50%. I was paying 74% taxation in Pennsylvania. I made $24,000 a year, and I was paying 74% of everything I made to taxes. New Mexico is considered a tax haven. That's one of the reasons I moved here. Lower taxes. Yeah, Northeast. Exactly. That's where I was in Pennsylvania. $1,000 claimed hours. Wow. And only requires 2-second burn times? That's impressive. Oh, that's my phone. Whenever I get a message that says I am Groot. Yeah, the smell is not bad. Most of these current resins really don't stink very much. If you pay attention, you can smell it, but it's not bad. Okay, I believe the next step is the Z-axis motor. Yes. And again, instructions are very well marked. That is going to be this one. Pre-drilled holes. Yes, it's not misleading, okay? Because people who make minimum wage spend 100% of their money. So they're basically paying sales tax on 100% of their income. There's only 2 purchases I make that do not include sales tax. And that is food and the property taxes I pay on the house. Although I got to pay 3.5% because I'm using a credit card. So when you're only making $12,000 a year, you're spending 100% of your money, which means you're paying sales tax on 100% of your money. You see what I mean? Postage is a tax. But at least you get something for it. Exactly. Yeah. Everybody charges taxes on online purchases now. It's a federal requirement. Anything you buy now online, they include sales tax now. You can even see it on Amazon. If I change the address it's being delivered to, the sales tax changes. Residential rent is absolutely taxed. About 40 to 60% of your rent is property taxes. I know. I ran an apartment complex. About 52% of the rent we collected went to taxes. So renters are paying about half their rent to taxes. It's just part of your rent. Any larger major site is going to have to start collecting sales tax. Yeah, most people don't realize. See, when you watch Fox News and they say minimum wage workers don't pay federal taxes, that's because they're only including one of the 4 taxes. They ignore the fact that that mom working 3 jobs, making $15,000 a year, is paying 13.3% of it to federal income taxes. But they're not counting that on Fox News. Yeah, PLA FDM printing is safe. There's nothing dangerous there. I mean, would I run 20 printers in your bedroom and stand there huffing the fumes? Probably not. But if you're running 1 or 2 printers in your house, it's not going to hurt you. Resin printing is a little different. I wouldn't run a resin printer around children just because we don't know if there's a cumulative toxic effect. And children are more susceptible to cumulative effects. So be careful. Make sure you ventilate. Just in case. It's a tax. It's a fee that you pay based on a percentage of your income to the federal government. It's a federal income tax. You can call it whatever you want. You can say it's being used for whatever you want, but Social Security funds go into the general fund and they use that money, which is why Social Security is short. It's a federal income tax. Yes, deductions don't count. You're not allowed to deduct from these. You're not allowed to deduct from state tax. You're not allowed to deduct from Medicare. You're not allowed to deduct from Social Security. You're not allowed to deduct from payroll. You're not allowed to deduct from property tax. You're not allowed to deduct from sales tax. And you're not allowed to deduct from utility tax. The only tax I'm allowed to deduct from is federal income tax base, of which I'm going to owe 0 and probably get a refund for earned income credit. I'm talking about all taxes that I have to pay. Any direct tax that I have to pay is a tax. What else are you going to call it? I don't care about federal. Federal doesn't change the fact that I have to pay 18% of the $6,000 I made in the last 6 months. I don't care. I'm talking total tax burden. All the taxes I have to pay. As far as federal, I owe 13.3%. That's self-employment payroll taxes on federal income. So I will owe, I don't know. Somebody calculated $271, but I might get a little more because Michelle is a dependent. I take care of Michelle. I don't know how that works, but as of right now, I owe $798 in federal income tax. So if I get $271 for EIC, I'll owe $527 in federal income tax. Okay. Then I will also owe $240 to the state of New Mexico, plus the $540 that I paid for property taxes, which is another 4%. Yeah, if I can't prove that she's disabled, then I don't get it. That makes sense. She has no income, and I pay all of her expenses. I thought that's all that was required. Like hell. You don't pay property tax in the UK? You don't pay VAT in the UK? You don't pay gas tax in the UK? That all comes out of your $12,500. Oh, great. I-95, a federal tax-paid road, and now you're gonna have to pay a toll to use it. Isn't that nice? What screws do I need for this? M425. M425, right there. Exactly. So take 20% off that 12,500 because you're gonna spend the whole 12,500. That's approximate, of course, and some of it might be more than that. Like, what's your utility taxes? I got taxes on my phone bill. I got taxes on my Comcast bill, my electric bill. Well, I'm not going to mess around with anything that's sketchy. I don't want to fuck with the tax guy. Okay, that is one flaw that I discovered. Anycubic, these are not in the correct position. Okay, so I can't actually make sure. I can't easily make sure this stepper motor is parallel to this frame rail because the stepper doesn't touch the frame rail. When you tighten the screws down, it lifts the stepper motor off the frame rail. So you need to either lower the holes for this stepper motor a little bit so that this actually sits on top of this rail, which by the way would be preferred because not only would that guarantee alignment, but it would act as a heat sink. Okay? Or you need to include a shim. You need to include a way of shimming underneath here so I can make sure they're actually flat. I'm going to see if there's a way I can do that temporarily. See how this moves back and forth? That's because it doesn't actually touch the bottom rail. I agree, and I need to get her on SSI. That is critical. My number one critical task in the next 4 or 5 years is to get her on SSI so that when I die, she can live. Okay, that allows me to get it level. And I can tighten these down. Thank you. Yeah, it probably did. Send it by email. Yeah, it didn't even pop up a request for me to approve it. So just send it by email. And then I could force that out. And now I know that motor is level. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, that's not bad here in New Mexico. My first one will be a lot because I have to actually, transfer the title and everything here. But every year, I average my miscellaneous taxes to be about 2%. Those are your DMV fees and stuff like that. But some of that stuff is actually very cheap here. For example, my driver's license was only $41, and that's good for 8 years. So that's half the price of Pennsylvania. And no inspection. Ha ha! Jesus, 70% is tax? Well, there you go. More taxes. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a direct tax. Okay, that is done. Looks like next is to put the lead screw in place. Next size up. Okay. Ooh, that's a nice little wobble in that thing right there. That's not wobbling. That's wobbling. Let's see if there's an issue there. I'm not a super big fan of these rigid lead screws. Why can't I get that out? There we go. That looks straight. So it's just not seating in this coupler correctly. See this play? That play is a problem because you got to adjust that play to remove the slack. And we're getting there. Yeah, we're getting close. This one needs to be pushed a little more. Now this one needs to be pushed. And we're getting there. Let me explain to you what I'm doing. When I turn this, you can see the lead screw oscillate. See how the lead screw's oscillating left and right? I don't know if you can see that, but it's moving about 5 millimeters at the top. Now, there's only 2 points of contact with the coupler here, and the problem is it really needs 3. The coupler needs a tighter fit. This coupler has a loose fit with the lead screw, and so you have to tweak your 2 grub screws until you get rid of the bounce. Each time you tighten the lead screw, you're pushing the lead screw one way or the other. And so now sometimes if it's halfway in between, you can adjust it. There we go. Now I got about 1 millimeter of deflection. That's enough. That's close enough to get me where I want to be. Poor coupler design. I would use a clamping coupler and not this coupler, or they need to cut the hole in this coupler to be a tighter fit to the lead screw so that the lead screw can't dance around inside the coupler hole. This is a case of the connection being the problem. The lead screw is straight, it is not bent. The coupler is straight, it is not bent. The shaft is straight, it is not bent. It's the connection between the lead screw and the coupler that's allowing play. Car insurance depends on where you live, what kind of car you have, how old you are, what your history is, what your credit is, and how much insurance you're buying. For my 4 cars, I was paying $2,300 a year in Pennsylvania. And that is with 100-300 coverage, full comp collision on the electric car since it's financed, liability only on the minivan, bus, and pickup truck, and no underinsured, uninsured. Out here in New Mexico, I have the exact same coverage, but I added uninsured, underinsured since DUI and hit and run are a common problem out here. In Pennsylvania, underinsured, uninsured is $15 extra per year, or per half year, so $30 a year. Here, it's $215 extra per half, so $430 extra. Even with that, the insurance here is still 1/2 what it was in Pennsylvania. So I'm paying $1,200 a year now for insurance. No, $1,300, roughly $1,300 a year. Yeah, there's so many variables, it's ridiculous. It's stupid. And I'm overpaying. I should be paying half that. Nice. Very cool. Yeah, it's because it's 18. Once you turn 25, big drop in insurance prices, assuming you haven't had any accidents. Alrighty. Next up is that assembly. Okay. So we're going to stick this around here, so it's out of the way. And this goes on here. This goes in here. Okay. Greta is a child with good intentions who's being manipulated by adults. Wow, they start off with 6 points? That's bullshit. You exist, therefore you get 6 points. Ouch. That's good enough for now. That feels good. And it looks nice and straight. I think we're okay. Yeah, but still, raping them. Just, it's like putting a minefield out in front of them knowing they're going to step on it. You know, there should be a better way. That's good. All right, next up is the Z limit switch. And that uses M416s, which is this one. But starting a person off with 2 points simply for existing, that seems criminal to me. I would rather see them have no points and simply lower the limit that results in a ban. So instead of saying, fuck you, you start with 6 points, how about we say your license is suspended at 6 points? This way, if they can maintain 0 points, they can maintain 0 points. It's just a very wrong way of doing it. One is cautionary and understandable, while the other is punitive, even though the result is the same. All right, these are M416s, right? Yeah, M416, M416. I wonder why they're using such long bolts. These are really long bolts for this. And they don't want to thread in. All right, that one threads in. I love roundabouts, but a lot of people, it's not that they can't use them, they don't care. They want to go first, and that's that. I'm going to have to attempt to force this one in. It's got bad threads. So we're going to see if I can get it to go in or if it's just going to strip it. Wait a minute. It's like there's something in there. It turns sideways. What the hell? Nothing's in there. There's plenty of room in there. The threads are just bad. No. You see, you don't understand. Lack of turn signal use is tactical. Okay? Because if I use my turn signal, I'm telling you what I'm going to do, and then you can react and stop me from doing it. That's the mentality in these people's heads. Some people really shouldn't have a license. Speed does not kill. Under no conditions does speed kill. That's a myth. It's bullshit. What kills is delta. Delta kills. Okay? Going 80 miles an hour is not dangerous. Going 80 miles an hour next to a car doing 20 miles an hour is freaking lethal. Testing? What testing? We don't have testing here in the U.S. Have you seen what it takes to get a license here in the U.S.? A monkey could pass. Now, keep in mind, I consider driving to be a right, not a privilege. Okay? The right to travel is a right, not a privilege. I will never accept that driving is a privilege. It is a constitutionally guaranteed right. But your right to do something can be revoked if you prove incapable of doing it safely. Oh, wow, this screw is like all screwed up. So I'm going to have to attach this with one. Yeah, that'll do it. Why can't I see the whole message? There's a message that's partially on the screen here, and I can't go past it. There we go. Yeah, I can only use one screw for this. I'm going to have to get my my threading kit out to fix the one hole. The one hole is screwed up. I did. I shut it down and reopened it. At least it looks like it'll be strong enough with one. Yeah, that ain't going nowhere. Okay. So limit switch is there. Feeder unit assembly. Hi. How you doing, baby? Yeah. Are you having fun? Huh? Yeah. Oh, I'll give you a little back scratch. Yeah, I'll give you a little back scratch. I'll give you a little head scruff too. Get down. Get down. Get down. Get. You gotta learn to do as you're told, or I'm gonna kick your butt. Give you a good scruffing. go. Just get that all unfolded so it's not tangled up. Right. Next step is to install this. And that looks a lot better now. Yeah, that's good. Okay. B9. Yeah, 3 holes for the extruder. No, the limit switch, one of the holes is damaged. All right, what screws do I need? The M338s, as I thought. These are these. Sometimes they listen, sometimes they don't. They can be belligerent when they want to do something. That's when the squirt bottle comes out. And they learn the hard way. Do as you're told. That is going to go straight back. That's going to go that way. This is going to go this way. Too small. Next size up. There we go. So do US. We ride horses here too. Okay. That means this is going to go around here like this, and this is going to pop in here like this. Okay. Okay. And because this has an input PTFE tube, you don't have to worry about the top mount causing wear, because the PTFE tube will absorb the wear. They did know cars were coming. Okay. It's called the First, Fourth, Ninth, and 10th Amendment. Okay. The First Amendment gives me the right to travel, the right to move about, the right to freely assemble. That means me moving about and traveling in my country is my right. Okay. The Ninth Amendment explicitly specifies that the powers of the government are enumerated. That means the powers they have are the powers that are specifically and explicitly granted to them. It basically renders the Constitution explicit, not implicit. The 10th Amendment says that all powers and rights reside with the people, except those powers explicitly given to the state and federal government by their respective constitutions. That literally means the right to do everything is a right of the people. That the rights enumerated in the Constitution are not limited to those rights. All rights belong to the people unless those authorities were specifically given to the government. So, unless you can open up your Constitution and show me where government has the right to convert the right to travel into a privilege, then driving is a right, not a privilege. That doesn't mean they can't require a license. Driving is dangerous. Human beings were not designed to move 65, 70 miles an hour. Okay? Requiring education, requiring training, and requiring licensing is not violating your right. But a driver's license should be shall issue, meaning they can legally they should not be allowed to tell you you can't have a license unless they can show cause. And it should be impossible to revoke your license unless they can show cause. And that's why your country will end up as a tyranny. Inevitably. Not in your lifetime, not in the next person's lifetime, but ultimately your country will end up as a tyranny. You don't have to take my word for it. All you have to do is look at history. There is not a single example in history to the contrary. A disarmed population is a slavehood. All right, M525. That's going to be these for the top brackets. Yes, the right to freely assemble. I can't assemble if I can't travel. Travel is included in assembly because you literally can't assemble without travel. And then travel is also included in the 9th and 10th Amendment. It's not about, okay, this is hard to explain to people who don't understand it. It's hard to explain to people who do understand it because it's a complicated subject. The right to bear arms does not mean I can overthrow my government at gunpoint. That's not going to work, okay? They have soldiers who will obey their commands. They have police and courts who will obey their commands. If I pull my gun out and try to overthrow the U.S. government, the only thing that's going to happen is I'm going to end up 6 foot under or 6 foot behind concrete, okay? That's the only thing that's going to happen. It's not about overthrowing the government. The purpose of gun ownership is to alter your brain. That's the purpose of the right to keep and bear arms. It's to alter your brain. Because think about this. A person who is a free, sapient being, they have liberty, they have freedom, they know it, they can enforce it. How does that person respond to an official doing something wrong? Okay? Think about that. Now, think about the same exact situation, but the person is a slave. They have no rights. They are property. How does that person respond to an official doing something they're not supposed to do, even in a slave environment? Think about how those two people are going to react differently to that same situation. It comes down to how their brain functions. A slave is in a different mental state than a person who is a free, liberty, sapient being. Those two people are going to mentally function in a different way. Well, think about it with 3D printing. If you're a DIY person and you like to tinker and build stuff, what happens when your vacuum cleaner breaks? You fix it. You take it apart and you find out what's wrong and you fix it. Now, take a person who's not DIY. Capable of the exact same things, but they're not DIY and they don't fix stuff. What happens when their vacuum cleaner breaks? They put it on the curb, I get it, I fix it, and I sell it, and they go buy a new vacuum. Okay? The purpose of gun rights is to alter the mind state of human beings. It is to allow the population to not only understand intellectually, but to understand literally and mentally. We're in charge. We, the people, make the rules. That mental state changes how you mentally interact with your government. And that was the point of the Second Amendment. The reason it was second is that first we ask you, second we make you. Okay, that's the point. It's not about being cowboys going around shooting people. That's not what it's about. It's about the mental state change that occurs in an armed population that is intelligent. It changes the way their brain functions. It changes the way that they accept the relationship between us and those that we employ, that we elect to do a job we command of them. See, to you, the government is the authority. The government is the power. To us, that's not the way it's supposed to be. To us, we are the authority, we are the power, and the government is an employee who is supposed to do their goddamn job. Okay? And an armed population, a population that is by right permitted to be armed, will have a different mental state in how they interact on that level. That's the point of the Second Amendment. It's not about running around with AR-15 shooting buildings up. That's not what it's about. Every single politician we've had in office for the last 40 years is guilty of abuse of public trust. Every single one of them. Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, every one of them. Trump's problem is he's got a big goddamn mouth and he doesn't know how to shut up. That's the only difference between Trump and Obama and Trump and Bush and Trump and Clinton. They knew how to shut up and do all their dirty work behind the doors that you couldn't see. But they're doing the exact same thing. Do you know how many people Obama murdered with drones? Do you know how many national officials Obama overthrew by killing them with drones? And yet we freak out because he killed a terrorist from Iran? I don't agree with what either of them did. But to think that they're different, no, they're both scummy criminals. Just Obama was smarter and didn't have as big a mouth. That's Trump's problem, big mouth. Politically, he's just no different a criminal than any other politician. Okay. Yeah, Obama killed thousands of people with his drones. Trump killed one. Obama should be brought up under war crimes, but we're not going to do that because we liked him and we don't like Trump. I didn't like either one of them. Yes, they all taste good. And Trump probably tastes extra good because he lived a pampered life. He is a joke because he doesn't know how to shut up. You know, the only difference between Trump and Obama is that Trump wasn't smart enough to hire somebody to write everything that he says in public for him, to vet it first before it goes out. Do you think Obama tweeted? No, Obama didn't tweet. Somebody Obama hired who went through every tweet he wanted to send, vetted it, and checked every single word in that tweet to make sure it was perfectly correct for a president to send that and perfectly politic with his policies before Obama was allowed to hit tweet. Okay? The problem is Trump's got a big mouth. He just says things on the cuff without thinking about it and without hiring somebody else to think about it for him. He's got a big ego. M525 into the top. Oh, another thing that I like about this printer is what's the most difficult part of this printer to assemble correctly? One of the most difficult parts of a printer to assemble correctly is this piece here. Because this is where things get screwed up and stripped when you do it wrong. Well, this piece came pre-assembled on this. That's nice. I likey. It is good. Oh, there's a spool holder attachment. And here is the attachments for that. And it looks like they will line up. No. See, the difference is there are some people who don't think Bush was a joke, don't think Clinton was a joke, don't think Bush was a joke, don't think Obama was a joke, but they think Trump is a joke. I correctly realized they're all jokes. They're all criminals. That there's no difference between Republicans and Democrats. They're two sides of the same sleazy coin. The only difference between a Republican and a Democrat is how they're going to fuck you over. That's the only difference. They're just going to screw you in a different way. That's it. Eat them. That's the answer. Eat them. See, I talk politics, I get hungry. Nice. This was aligned well enough that I was able to thread these screws in by hand without having to push the axes, which means the machining is good. Oh, this one I got to push a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit, which is fine. It's all about money and how much they can take and how they can take it. The other politicians are just better at doing it without looking like such smartasses or dumbasses. but they're all crooks. You want proof that this impeachment is purely political? Obama was caught on a hot mic telling President Vladimir, whatever his name is, the president of Russia, oh, I can't help you with the missiles now. Wait until I'm out of office. Then I can help you with your missile problem. Are you kidding me? That's okay. That's okay. But, investigate Biden, that's not okay. Well, the thing is, Obama, he's more intelligent. He knows how to control his ego. And he knows when to shut up. He's still doing the bad things. He just shuts up about it. Okay. The biggest reason people don't like Trump is because they can't control him. And that scares them. Okay. What the hell? That's over here, right? Oh, that's backwards. I gotta rotate that 180. The spool holder on this is screwed in, not it's not held in by hammer nuts. So I have to rotate this around 180 degrees so the spool holder is here to feed into here. I have it over here, which means the roll would have to do this, and that's bad. That's because he is a dumbass. Obama was just a smart dumbass. Bush was just a smart dumbass. A Forrest Gump little quote there. Yeah, Trump got elected because we were sick of the politicians doing the same old, same old. So he was the maverick. So the American people literally said, fuck it, vote Trump. That's literally what happened. They just gave up. And hilarity ensues. Oh my God. M416s, that's these. He wants the power, not the money. Hey, you behave. Both. It's now both. The cats have taken ownership of it, and they would probably slay me if I tried to take it from them. The cat said, "This is ours now. You don't have a problem with that, do you?" The difference between Hillary and Trump is that Hillary's a supervillain who actually has a brain. That's dangerous. I'd rather have dumbass Trump getting nothing done than Hillary. She's evil. Nah. World War III started 20 years ago. Almost 30 years ago. Most people don't realize World War III has already started. It just doesn't involve guns. It involves politicians and bankers. World War III is being fought right now to determine who will control society, the corporations or the government. That's it. He probably does. He's lived a very sheltered, pampered life. So he's probably very tender, like veal. Although, maybe he's poisoned himself with all that tanning stuff. I don't know. Either which way, he'll probably taste good. Alrighty. I think we are just about done. T-nut in the back. M56 in the front. Yeah, we are 2 screws away from being done. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He probably will get reelected. Yeah, look how they cuddle. Isn't that great how they cuddle? Look at it. It's so cute. It's ridiculous. Look. Look how they cuddle. Oh, it's so adorable. Yeah. I think we got so lucky with these cats. I think besides their belligerence, which is just their curiosity. Yeah, I call them my yin yang cats. I got a great picture of them doing a yin yang. Oh, I wish. I don't have that capability. I'm not that good. Oh boy, that's going to be a tough one to insert. Because these really should be 8s. Okay. Okay. There we go. Ah, it didn't turn. It didn't rotate. That's annoying. There it goes. Okay. And I like that they put a foot on here so that this doesn't touch. That allows that fan to exhaust nicely. Okay. Let us see. This is going to be all the low end stuff. So that's going to be Z. Yep. So that will be Z. And this will be Z end stop. Nope, I want this to be under. Like that. Okay. Come on. There we go. Not a fan of the crimp-on slide-on connectors for the end stops that Anycubic likes to use. Not a big fan of that. Hopefully this is long enough to reach underneath. I do not think it is. No, I do not think that will reach underneath. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Hey, Anycubic, I'd like to see a little tie down included. You know, one that T-nuts into here with a little loop to tie this down to make sure the bed doesn't yank these cords, because these need to be a little longer. All right, your cords for the end stop here need to be a little longer. This section needs to be a little longer. This whole cable needs to be about 2 inches longer, just to make sure these things stay out of the way and don't get snagged on here. That's a 40 by 40. That would take at least 2 zip ties, and they didn't include zip ties. I got it based on what's included. I'm just saying this is not a problem yet, but I can see at some point this may be coming up here and getting snagged by like that, just like that, just like that. That's exactly what will happen. This will lift up, you get snagged by this, and it's going to rip those wires right out. All right, so 2 inches longer with a tie down to make sure these stay down and can't pop up. Even better, make this long enough so that this cable can run underneath the printer. So I can run this cable underneath here, another reason to have taller feet, and have the wires come up to meet these two connections. This way you don't have this loop sitting here just screaming, snag me with this. Look at that. It's just going to snag that wheel and yank it right out. Okay, so that needs a hold down. For now, zip tie is exactly what I'm going to do. Actually, I think I have a bag of zip ties available. Yes, I see them right there. Hang on a second, I gotta run to the bathroom. Not only that, I got RBO zip ties. Pretty sure one is not going to fit. Nope, not even close. It's going to take 2. Although one might fit around the 2040. Maybe that might fit. Yes, just barely. Not quite. Come on. Come on, baby. I know you want to work. Nope, I don't think it's going to work. I'm going to have to put a double zip tie on that. Yeah, it's going to come right out. There we go. There. Now that is held down so that this can't catch a hold of that and tear things up. Okay. See, I already pulled that off. It's too short. Oh, the wall is such a joke. Just a political stunt. Yeah, see, now this is too tight. There we go. Come on. Work with me here. There we go. Yeah, see, that's just way too tight. I'm going to have to put a double zip here, too, to keep this from getting pulled and yanking out the end-stop switch. I don't know enough about England and European politics to be able to give valid opinion on it, but I suspect the Brexit will be good for the UK in the long run. I think they're being held back, and I think that they can do better on their own. They can negotiate on better terms. There are people who make money from the EU connection and don't like the Brexit, and they're probably going to try to sour it in order to say, see, we were right. We'll see. I think the UK will be okay. Alrighty, that holds that. That keeps that from being yanked too tight. Yeah, this needs to be longer, and this needs to be routed better. In fact, the best way to route this would be to have it long enough so that it can come around the back here like this. And then you would have a tie down that threads right into the back here to hold the wire right there. And then the wire would come up into here and come up into here, or even better, down below into here. But this wire needs not to run here. It needs to come around here and be secured, because otherwise you're going to yank out these end stop connections and this wheel is going to grab that wire big time. Okay. Similar problem I see on other printers. I would like to see a place for this to attach on here. So I would like to see this metal bracket have a little tab with a hole in it so that these wires can attach to that tab right there. Actually, even just a hole, even just drilling a hole right in the plate would solve that problem. In fact, let me see if I can do that. Drill time. There we go. You ever get a metal shaving shot in your eye? Hurts like hell. And I only got one eye. Alrighty, so small hole drilled here. And now I can take this wiring loop and attach it here like that. There we go. Now I have a way. Just adjust it until this can go to the end here without being unduly stretched. And then crank that down. There you go. Now our wiring is nicely secured. Hey, I got a shirt that says I void warranties. Oh yeah. Hey, Beta Hardware, they want my advice? This is my advice. Let's see. Now, this is the X-axis, which is this motor down here. There we go. This is the extruder. Yes, E. And that end stop is part of this wiring harness, so we don't have to worry about it. Now, the problem is, can this go all the way up? Negative. All right. So, Anycubic, this wiring harness also needs to be longer. Okay. If I did not attach this to here, this would be long enough to reach. The problem is I need to attach this to here because inevitably if this wire dangles like this, it's going to catch a part of your print. Okay, imagine me 3D printing this shape. Okay. See what happens? When this harness hangs down like this, it can grab onto shit. Okay? So this harness needs to be held up out of the way. And the way you want to do that is you want to attach it here so that you know this harness cannot intrude into your build volume. I can't attach it here because this harness isn't long enough. This harness needs to be about 4 inches longer. All right? Because I can't get full build height unless I detach this. Now I can get full build height. But here's the problem. As it goes higher, it actually pulls this harness into the path of the model you're printing. So this is probably right around max build height right there. And now this here is sitting right here inside the path. Anything I 3D print is going to grab a hold of that. And it's either going to tear the printer apart or it's going to tear my print off the print bed. Inevitably, it's going to eventually happen at some point in time. That's going to happen. I see what you did here. You have these wires pinned up here in the hopes that this wire here will keep these wires out of the print volume. And it kind of works. Except that what's going to happen is that's going to happen. It's just going to rip that wire out of the X motor. That's exactly what's going to happen. So not a bad flaw. Most people don't build full height. Most people don't build full X and Y at full height. So most people aren't going to encounter this problem. And that makes it more insidious because then they're going to wonder, what the hell? What's going on? Why is nobody else having this problem? It's because nobody else tried to print something like that. Awesome. Yeah, I just use a full face shield. It's just more comfortable. It was $21. But yeah, that needs to be addressed. So I would like to see. I'd like to see this harness at least 4 inches longer, at least long enough to be able to go to here. See that distance there? Long enough to go to there. I might be able to pin it up like here. That I might be able to get away with that. Yeah, actually, I think I can get away with that. Barely. If I do it loose, I think I can get away with that. Where'd that drill go? Right in front of my face. Yeah, that's gonna work. Blow on it through the mask. think that might be enough. Metal shavings on my croissant, or my whatever you call that thing, turnover. All right, that might be enough. If I do this loose, if I don't tighten it. Yeah, so if I leave that loose, then there's enough slack there to keep that out of the way and to allow this to go to full height. So that can go to full height, and this is still out of the way of my build axis. So that works. Better would be to have this plate be straight with a little tab popping up, and you have a nice machine hole on that tab where this would attach with the zip tie. And that would be the optimal solution, because I'd rather have this tight than have this wiggling back and forth inside of that. But not a big deal. That at least keeps it out of the way of my build volume. So that works. There's your Nourish hack of the day. Actually, that is aluminum. I'm pretty sure that's aluminum. So I think these plates are aluminum. I thought they were steel at first, but I think they're aluminum. Which is surprising, because aluminum is expensive. Start up, Marvin. Well, I think we're ready to power up. I mean, this all looks good. So this needs to be about 4 inches longer to allow this to come over to here, attach, and come down while not interfering with your build height. All right, so 3 inches longer will probably do it. All right, and then this needs to be 3 or 4 inches longer so that I can run this cable around the outside here. Actually, this cable is probably long enough to go around the outside if I separate the Z-axis motor further down the harness. Because right now, the Z-axis motor and limit switch is what's keeping this harness from going around. They are the limiting factor. So if I run them further down out of the harness, then this will be able to go around here. So, so maybe just lengthening these two cables would be enough so that you can run it around here. But I'd rather have them be as short as possible, come right to here, attach here, come around here, attach here, and then plug in here and here. That's what I would prefer to see. Okay. This thing feels so freaking rigid. I mean, this is a tough machine. The nice thing is, with the feet, I can run this underneath. Like that. So running the power cable to the other side is easy enough. All right, time for the porn. Ready for the porn? Here it comes. Nice. Okay, that fan's a little noisy. Yeah, I'm going to replace that fan with something quieter. Hear the difference? So their primary cooling fan's pretty noisy. I'd like to see that a little quieter. You could probably get away with a, since it's a Bowden setup, you can probably get away with a slower fan. So I don't know if I'd use a Noctua, but I'd put a noise blocker in there. The problem is the control box bolts to the front, and that would be hard to slide that back. It'd be a lot cheaper because this would require new metalwork, new mold making and metalwork, while this just requires making the harness longer. It would cost them almost nothing. It's a noisy fan. Get this plugged back in. Make sure we're not going to run low on power. Why is it so hard to get that to go in? There we go. True, but I prefer an always on fan. Less points of failure. So it looks like they have a wind nozzle. I'm guessing that is a printable version of this shroud. And they have an owl STL, which we're not going to print. What's the build volume on this? Is it 220, 220, 220 or 200, 200, 200? Or is it 220, 220, 250? $225, 220. This goes to 350? No way. Nah, you can't go to 350. That's 300. So if it went all the way up to the stops, it'd be 320. So maybe 300. No, because then you have all this loss. Let's see. Yeah, 250. Yeah, I wouldn't go higher than 250. Okay. I love these things. I only get them when they're on sale. Cherry turnovers. Okay. Filament. We are going to use some Atomic Silky Periwinkle PLA. I wish they did affiliate accounts, commissions, because I love Atomic Filament. And I don't care. I suggest them anyway. Atomic Filament makes some of the best filament around. I love their colors. Especially their Silky Sunset. Ooh, yeah. Atomic is the shit. Nice smooth path. Filament went right in. Nice. All right. Going to prepare, and we're going to go to home. Home all. Good. Good. And good fair prices too. That feels a little tight. I don't like how tight that is. Can I loosen that? There we go. That's a little better. Okay. Maybe a little tighter. That feels better. And whoa, that's way too loose. Oh, this is the loose end. Okay. Yeah, this is the loose end. Okay. I doubt it. Not even close. I gotta lower the end stop. That is as low as I can make it go. I don't like that. I'd like to go lower. The springs are a little on the loose side for my comfort. Yeah, that's too low. That spring has to go almost all the way down. There we go. A little bit better.
Hey,
Hey,
there's a package out there.
is there?
It's a big one. I'm not gonna be able to grab it.
It must be Walmart. Probably another fan.
I don't know, but I just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
'Cause I remember hearing somebody ringing the doorbell off, and I thought you answered it, but I didn't know. You left your pastry thing open.
I know. You want one?
How was the cereal? No.
I hate the cereal. I don't like it. I don't hate it. I just don't like it. It doesn't.
Need another cupcake?
It doesn't thrill me. Yeah, the cupcakes are delicious.
I don't like this. You can have it.
Okay. Another problem. I have the Z end stop as low as it'll go. It's not low enough. These springs are pretty loose in order to bring the bed up to the end stop. I don't like that. I might actually be okay because I'm probably going to put a piece of Wham Bam on this if it prints as good as I hope it does, just because I like flex beds. I'll use the PC surface so that I don't have to worry about that. So the magnet and the steel plate and the skin will add enough thickness that this probably won't be a problem. But for stock users, I don't like how loose this bed is. You're right on the verge of these being loose in order to bring this high enough to meet that. So they either need to allow me to lower that end stop more, or they need to put taller, stiffer springs on here. Ah, piece of metal was in my little thing there. Okay. Let's slice some Marvin. You guys there? I don't see nobody talking.
Yeah, I won't get this again, Chris.
Yeah, I'm not blown away by it. Well, mine's all the way down as far as it'll go. And I need it to go down more, and I can't make it go down more. I got it leveled, but it's right on the edge. Yeah, I know. I just disabled the heater.
Okay.
So we'll start with an LK4 profile. That all looks good. That all looks good. We'll set that for 10. That looks good. Remove the heat bed controller altogether. Okay. Cooling, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. This all looks fine. Okay. Save as. Mega 0. Let's see. Export profile. Mega 0. Right to my printer profiles folder.
Aww.
Okay. Let's bring up the Marvin. Guess we'll do group. Ooh, one thing I want to change is I want to make my first layer a bit slower. We're going to do 20% for a first layer. And we're going to do 220 for the temperature. I want it hot, slow, and sticky. File. Export profile. Mega 0. Yes. Slice. 26 minutes. Let's see. Computer. Memory card. Baby Marvin group. Okay. Bring chat back up. Uh-oh. It doesn't detect the SD card. I have to hit refresh. Here we go. The fan actually slows down when the heater kicks on. That's interesting. Shouldn't need a brim. I mean, it's not exactly super warm in here, but it's not cold. Yes, the Solvo SV01 is a printer that I would rate safe to buy. Very good machine. And it's a machine I will be keeping, and it's a machine I keep in operation because I enjoy it. I'm hoping to compensate for the lack of a brim with there, it's clean. With a hot, slow first layer. What do you mean by thicker walls? Do you mean a thicker extrusion, or do you mean the physical wall of the model? That question was from Smiling Skull. Physical. Okay. So assuming the model is not hollow, in which case you can define how thick the wall is, you simply define the number of perimeters. So for example, I'm printing this with 3 perimeters. So that's 3 walls, 3 loops. And since this is a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, that's going to give me a 1.2 millimeter thick wall. If I wanted to go with if I want to go to 2 millimeter thick wall using a 0.4 millimeter wall nozzle, I would use 5 perimeters. Now, some slicers define that differently. Some you define wall thickness and it figures out the number of loops, or you define the number of loops. Yeah, it's sticking fine. Looks like my Mark 1 eyeball bed leveling is still on. I don't have to do a thing. Let's see if the feet stick. Yep, we're good. Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. Give you guys close up here. So my Mark 1 eyeball is still working well. See, I'm going slow and hot. And then after the first layer to slow down. This has that classic Anycubic sound. They must use their own drivers because their steppers just sound a little different. I'm running at 220C right now. And then I'll drop down to 212, and then I'll drop down to 205. Yeah, they're chilling. Chilling like villains. And they're good cats. Hi, kitty. Look at them. They're so cute. Oh, they are great. And now we go full speed, and the temperature drops down to 212. And then on the third layer, the temperature will drop down to 205. And that's where it'll stay. You know, with all the machining and the metal in this printer, this is not bad. My Genius stopped working. The ribbon cable going to the X-axis, one of the solder joints has failed. So my stepper motor goes. So I got to fix that. I just haven't had time to play with it. It comes with a spare ribbon. I just haven't had time to mess with it. Yeah, they are good kitties. They just really don't like being told no. Yeah, he's a belligerent little prick. Ugh. Woo, that's a lot of snot. Looking good. Hasn't popped off yet. What, Michelle?
Is that guy that sent me to get started on there?
I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Alright.
Yep. Too late.
Like what?
Seeing my snot in the rag.
Oh god. How did you do that?
Because it's fun.
We're putting your viewers away.
Yeah, that was a couple hours ago I said that. No big deal. Yeah, clean snot. I have what do you call it? Post-nasal drip. So I get a lot of snot.
Can you stop talking about snot?
I like talking about snot.
I'm eating.
I know, that's why we're talking about snot.
You're nasty.
Hey, we got another PayPal.
I do. Not me.
Yeah, but we're allowed to talk about eating them. We like eating them. Thank you for the $20, Richard. I appreciate it very much. The snot print, that's like a 2mm nozzle. It's a variable diameter nozzle, so when it's really hard to blow, it's like a 0.2. But that was a really easy blow, so probably a 2mm nozzle.
Oh, come on.
Really? Nottingham or Snottingham?
Oh, God.
Yeah, they like this a lot.
Nasty.
They are such good cats. I'm so happy they like each other.
They grew up together, no wonder.
Well, sometimes they don't like each other. You know, cats just don't get along. These two, we got lucky. They get along.
Well, and they're the only ones here. They have no choice to get along.
Yeah, these long wrenches are so nice. Oh, I like that. And Anycubic, you guys are big enough now that you can afford it. I'd like to see you guys have an Anycubic branded little bag. Look at what Artillery does. Innovo Artillery. They have that little bag that has their logo on it. Make the bag this big. Okay? I want the bag to be big enough for me to put this book inside of it. Okay? And nice big full color Anycubic logo on that bag. Okay? Maybe even a little loop on the end so I can hang it up or put it in a drawer. Put a nice big Anycubic bag with your logo on it that is as big as this manual. And then make all your manuals this big so you can always put them in the book, in the bag. And then I can take my extra parts and tools and stuff like that, and I can put it all inside that bag, and I'll always know what that is because it's for Anycubic. That'd just be a nice touch. Not a huge deal, not required. It would just be a nice touch. I haven't posted a video there for a while. When I got sick, I stopped making videos. I was just like, the flu really kicked my ass. So I got to make another video for that. But yeah, I still got all the yum yums to post. I think I have enough to post another video. So yeah, I got to post some more videos. Got to get it up to 1,000 so I can monetize.
Chris, I'm taking you a juice that tastes like the strawberry lemonade.
Just artillery. That's it.
Okay.
I just think it would be a nice touch. But it needs to be big enough to hold the manual. That's the trick. Good night, Thomas.
Chris, I'm taking you juice from the fridge.
The fan is spinning good.
What was the problem you had last time I got it?
About what?
When it stopped working?
What stopped working?
The equipment that you're running in that box.
No, I stopped it this morning. There's Z-banding. There's some pretty nasty Z-banding, so I just stopped it.
No, you said there was a problem last night before you went to bed.
Oh, the one fin. But it eventually made up for it and started printing it. In general, though, I like the setup. I love everything being all metal. I love the nice thick extrusions. I really, really like that. I'm very pleased that they did that. And yeah, the only issues I have is that end stop needs to come down. Those springs need to be changed over to the yellow die compression springs like Reality uses. Please just switch to those springs. They work so much better. And the 2 wiring harnesses need to be a little longer. And you need to drill a hole here for attaching the harness here, and a couple of clips on the corner here to attach the Z and Y harness, so to keep it out of the way of the bed. But yeah, beyond that, oh, and fix the firmware so it reads the SD card when you put it in, so you don't have to hit refresh. That's a little annoying. I would love to see you guys go to a full-size SD card like you do on the i3 Mega. I mean, I really like full-size SD cards. Not a huge deal, but it would be nice. At least yours are easy access up high, so everything is very easy to get to. This filament is beautiful. It's periwinkle blue from Atomic Filament. Yeah, it does not automatically read the SD card. You have to hit refresh. Yeah, beyond that, I'm impressed. I did not check this belt tightness. I think it's tight enough.
My baby.
Oh, you should have left him alone. Look at him stretching out. He's like, oh yeah, I got the whole thing now. He's a good cat.
Look at his
Yes,
face.
he is.
No, look at Noel's face.
He's such a good cat.
Look at Noel's face. He's like enjoying this. You want to go back down? Okay.
He is so nice and stripy.
I still want that mask that's the mini-me of him.
Now he's figuring out, he's like, yeah, come here, come here, come here. Don't do that.
I didn't hurt him.
No, don't do that. Who doesn't ship to the UK? Oh, Atomic? Yeah. The shipping would cost you as much as the filament.
I'm going back in my room.
Kittens are right here. They're both right here. Eh?
Noel's mommy had to pick him up.
Look at the way they hug each other. That's great.
Oh, it's cold. I'm going back in the blanket.
Change to the TH3D what? Their board? Hey, BB3D. Yeah, they grow fast. They're big now, aren't they? Yeah. They are good cats. We got so lucky. A stock Ender 3 will print flexible filament. You just have to slow down. You know, slow down to under 30 millimeters per second and make your temperature pretty high, you know, 230, 240, you know, whatever your filament's made for, and just go slow. Be careful with the retractions. Maybe lower your retractions to 4 millimeters. You might have more stringing, but you'll have less clogging issues. If you really want to go flexible, more reliably, who makes it? Is it T3D? Are they the one that has the Easy R extruder? That's supposed to have a captive filament path that's good for flexibles. CME CNC, that's right. They're the ones who have it. CME CNC, they have the Easy R extruder. So get the Easy R extruder if you want to go heavily with So I think TH3D might also sell it. Let me double check. I do have an affiliate account with TH3D now. So if you buy from TH3D or Wham Bam, up to this point I've never gotten a dime from Wham Bam, but now I have an affiliate account with Wham Bam. So I got the links are down below for that. But let me check TH3D, see if he has that. He might not have it. He might not have it. Oh yeah, the heavy thickness, the stiff TPU, yeah, it'll handle that fine. Just 30 millimeters per second, you're good. I still have it escape every now and then, but if you're careful, it's not bad. That's the trick. Slow down. Give the filament a chance to push. Yeah, I don't think he sells it. Extruders. Here we go. No, he does not have it. So CME CNC. They're the ones who have the Easy R extruder. Yeah, you're talking like, well, 150 bucks. But it's nice. I bought one. I haven't figured out what I'm going to put it on yet, but I bought one. Oh, it popped off. Okay, so my bed is a little too far away. Let's see. Stop. Ow. Okay, so we're going to bring it up a little bit. Bring it up a little bit. That should take care of that. A little more squish. Actually, I didn't grab the nozzle. My fingernail caught the edge of the fan housing, and that hurt. Cooling looks pretty good so far, though. I don't see no droopy butt. Yeah, cooling looks good. Yes, it would. The problem is I want to put it on something bigger. So I'm thinking about putting it on my Ender 5 Plus. 3D printing ink stamp, yeah, they work. That's a little better squish. Yeah, sometimes you need a little bit more squish with cold bed. I'm probably going to add a heater to this. Just buy one of those little 25-watt car heaters that plugs into AC. That'll never overheat with a plate this big. And you can print PLA and flex together as long as you go hot enough. Well, if you want to make a printer cheaper without making the printer lower quality, you got to cut somewhere. And the problem is, if you say, well, okay, just add $10 to the price or $20 to the price and make it a heated bed. Well, the problem is now you are in the same price range as an Ender 3, and that's hard to compete with. So they're trying to figure out how to come out with a cheaper printer without sacrificing quality. And this does it pretty good. All right, especially with how cheaply I can add heat if I want it. Oh, look at them. Oh, that's so cute. Yes, that's a cute picture. Hey, Paul, doing pretty good. Pretty much. I like the spool holder up there because it doesn't add to the footprint of the printer. In fact, nah, you'd only save that much space because this sticks out. So this is pretty good with the box on the side. I wouldn't mind seeing this power plug be on the back here, though. But I understand why they did it here because they're using the port built into the board. And by using the port built into the board, they save money. For a printer this nice, at this price, I'm thinking maybe. Especially since I can add a heat bed for so little. I could put a heater on this thing for 25 bucks. Without modifying the printer. It's a sticky heater. It sticks. So you just stick it to the bottom of the plate. You can't control it. You can't control temperature. This would probably hit 40 or 50 C because of the size of the bed. And that looks pretty good. A little rough. Maybe over extruding a tiny bit. I'm not sure. But yeah, it looks pretty good. Well, if this gets you into a really high quality printer and you could upgrade it later for next to nothing, why not? The only thing I might do is add an SSR so that the board, assuming it has that port to begin with, so that the board can control the AC heater. Even if it can't control it for temperature, at least turn it off and turn it on when the print starts and stops. Yeah, he's looking up. I don't know how they sleep like that. Yeah. He is such a cutie. Really should be using a brim when you don't have a heated bed, but I'm hoping I can get away without it. Just because I don't like cleaning up. What, they have a cooling fan available? Let me show you. Let me see if I find that heater. There it is. It looks like it's about a 100-watt heater, so this is good actually, because you don't want a whole lot. So if you want a name brand heater, I use the Cat's 25-watt 1-inch by 5-inch universal pad heater, and that's what I suggest because it's low power enough not to be dangerous to anything. That should already be in my list. There it is. And it looks like somebody has it available for 18 bucks. I'm going to grab that. Yeah, $18.23. So if you go to my page and click on 3D printing parts and accessories, it's the Cat's heating pad. Yeah, 19 bucks. I ordered that. It'll be here Tuesday. Take the plate off, slap the heating pad to the bottom, add some tension relief to the back so you don't tear the cord, and you're good. Just plug it into an AC outlet. Barely warm. Like barely warm. I would almost not even call that warm. Not hot at all. So you might have a flaky power supply. You might want to replace it. I'd say it's, assuming my skin temperature is 100 degrees, 95 degrees, I'd say it's running 105. Maybe 10 degrees warmer than ambient. Six amps. Looks like it's sticking better. I love these cats so much. And he is so stripy. I love it. I love the stripies. Yeah, I bet these lights would work pretty good on this too. I wonder. Oh yeah, that's a nice size right there. It'd be pretty easy to design a little bracket to hold that on there. Actually, better put it in the back. This way you don't see the lights itself. This might be pretty neat. It should be enough in theory. I mean, all you're doing is running a hot end and basically an Arduino and 4 stepper motors, so it should be enough. Yeah, I was thinking I could just slide LEDs into here like I did on my Ender 3, because then you don't have any exposed wires. You can actually buy LEDs that are the right length. They'll slide right in there. I don't want you to do that. Well, 6 amps 220 is a big difference than 6 amps 120. So yours should be a 3 amp power supply. Well, I'm sorry. Doesn't work that way. It's 12 volts, 6 amps out. But the input is 2 amps. So yours should be 100 240 compatible. This should be 220 compatible. No, that was my mistake. Your input amps will be different. Your output amps will always be 6. So if this puts out 2 amps at 120, or if it takes in 2 amps at 120, it'll be 1 amp at 220. Because double the voltage, half the amps. But the output will always be 12 volts, 6 amps. But it says it's 240 compatible, so you should be okay. Unless there's something wrong with it. This is not really getting warm. This is like, those hand warmers you can get? And you crack them, shake them up, and they're a hand warmer. They get hotter than this. What I would like is a slightly shorter one that'll fit inside, in between these two, and just stick it right up there. And also with these, you cannot turn both on. It gets way too hot. This might actually be okay for schools since this is UL listed. Usually it's the power supply that's the problem. And he did look it up. The listing is legitimate. It is actually listed. So this might be okay for schools for their insurance purposes. Doesn't say. It just says model number TDX-1206,000. Oh, TDX Power. On the front it says TDX Power, so that's the brand. Yeah, Tim checked and it was legit. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't use much power. You got a 40-watt heater cartridge and 4 stepper motors and Arduino. You know, the stepper motors and Arduino probably take 1 amp, and the rest goes to the heater cartridge. So I'm thinking there's probably already enough headroom. Probably because it costs more. Then you'd have to design a cover for the mean well. You'd have to mount it. This, you just plug it in. Done. Hey, Bernie. I think I'm going to print a bow mark with this tonight. I want to print an atomic periwinkle bow mark. I just think that'd be cool. Oh, well, yeah, but they cost more. This probably costs a fraction of what a mean well costs. You add, you know, $10 to the cost of the printer here, $10 there, and all of a sudden you're at the price of an M3 and you're in a market you can't compete with. These are also good nail cutters. Gotta be careful though. Nails can go far, man. I got plinked in the face with my own nails. I clip a nail and plink right in the eye. Like, what the hell? I'm clipping these and I'm listening to them hit the wall. I love these cats so much. I'm glad we got them. I think it was a smart move. I think it's good for our mental health. Yeah, I do have it. Matter of fact, maybe I'll print that. A Periwinkle Enterprise. Yeah. Thing 1 and thing 2. They are so adorable. Oh, I'm saving up enough kitten clips to make a whole video just on the kittens. It's just going to be a whole 10-minute video on the kittens. Just because I can. Probably all of them. all misinformation and distraction. Yeah, misdirection. Don't look over here. Look over here. Just going through, making sure everything's tight. Oh yeah, they're fine. Apparently cats are very, very easy. Itty bitty incision, snip, pull, done. They don't even sew them shut. Apparently the incision is so small they can't even suture it. They just leave it and they heal. So apparently cats are very, very easy. Yeah, this is a very nice color. But like silks, which I didn't do on this print, you got to control your zit line because silks amplify zit lines. They're both boys. All right. Figure I didn't want to take a chance of pregnancy. The cats were asleep. They don't even know it. They handled it fine. They had no problems going to the vet. They were curious and they wanted to look around. And when we brought them home, they were just a little bit drugged up on the what did they have them on? Ketamine. I think it's ketamine they used. So the cats were just high for the rest of the day. So they were fine. Really? We got lucky. They were fine. I'm going to raise the temperature. Just because I forgot this was silk. And silk likes printing a little hotter. I almost forgot about that. Edge of Tech is back. Really? Our cats are pretty friendly with other people. They're a bit cautious, like they're gonna stay away from you, but they don't bite. They're not bitey scratchy. You know, as long as you don't hurt them, they're fine. So, like I said, we got lucky. Very good mannered cats. They're very what do you call it? They're very well mannered. Good temperament. That's the word. We got lucky in their good temperament. Oh, that's so adorable. Yes, you are. You're so adorable. Yeah. And you're adorable too. Yes, you are. It's amazing how different they are physically too. Ender has got a very coarse but very stiff but smooth coat. I like that. Well, Noel here has a very fluffy, soft coat. So like he's more like he's more like really fine cotton, like really smooth, fine cotton. Oh, he's more like cashmere. Yes, I do. It needs a lot of work. I still need things I need to do, but I like it. It's mine, and the environment is beautiful. Oh man, okay. At home, back east, we tend to get very heavy, wet snow. Okay, so it's just this white slop all over the place. Here, you don't tend to get heavy, wet snow. You tend to get very dry, crunchy, fluffy snow. So one, it's very easy to shovel. Two, it's very easy to drive in. It's not slippery like the wet, heavy stuff back east. And when you just get a light snow in the evening, it shines like diamonds. I was trying to get a picture of it. I just couldn't get it to resolve, but it has that crystalline diamond glitter look to it. It's just beautiful. Nole, Noel. That's what my sister named him. I named him Ender. Yeah, they tend to be iffy about change. When you change to a new place, put crappy sheets and quilts on your beds because they're going to piss on them. Just that first night. You know, once they're after the first night, then they're good. Cats cats don't tend to follow orders and commands. Hey, Rui Raptor, David. And people think that means cats are dumb. No, cats are actually more intelligent than dogs. They're just smart enough to tell you to go fuck yourself. I have literal arguments with my cat, like actual back and forth arguments. What? The toilet? It may have froze. You might have to wait. For example, he wanted to get up on the dresser with the TV. He knows he's not allowed to go there. Okay? I see him getting ready to jump, and I call him out on it ahead of time. I'm like, no. And he looks at me and goes, meow. And I go, no. And he goes, meow. And I'm like, no. And I grab the squirt bottle. He takes a step back, and he goes, meow, and jumps up on the TV, and I squirt him. Like he knows he's not supposed to do it, but he wants to do it. It's like the urge is there. It's like, but I want to. Oh, I wish I could teach mine to do that. I'm trying to, but he's very belligerent. Oh, look at him. Oh. Oh, they're so cute. I haven't printed it at all yet, but I do have a scaled up version of it I want to print, and if that works well. The problem I'm running into is that it has built-in support for the nacelle arms, and so when I scale it up, the gap on that also scales up, and so I'm going to try to print it without that. Just do the bridging, see if that works. Yeah, the last one was like, I'm gonna do it. So far I like it. So far they did a fantastic job with quality control. They did a fantastic job using quality parts to make this a very strong, well-built printer. My only issue is I would like to see stiffer springs on the bed. I'd like to lower that end stop a little bit. And I'd like to see the two harnesses be a little bit longer so that we can move them out of the way from the motion of the bed. Otherwise, fantastic. I already ordered a heat bed for it. I got a little 25-watt stick-on heater that you use for your oil pan in your car. AC, you just plug it in. I'm just going to slap that on here and plug it in. The bearings are noisy if you grab it and move it. because you're moving it fast enough to hear it, but under the normal motion of the bed moving, you can't hear it. I will probably stick some stepper dampers on it, see if I can quiet it up a little bit. I mean, it should not be that difficult. It's got standard bolts here, so that should be pretty easy. It's got standard bolts back there, and I should be able to just put taller feet on the printer to lift it up high enough to be able to support the stepper damper, and then this thing should also be pretty quiet. But so far, I think they did a great job. I would like to see them try to include a heat bed, even if it's a weak one. Even if it's just like a 50-watt heater. Just enough to warm it up a tiny bit. You know, something weak. Even if it's something they add on. Something. I have not tried to make it move fast enough, and I don't know why you would, but yeah, I guess you probably would. Although the stepper noise would probably be louder than the bearing noise. So unless you put stepper dampers on it, you probably still wouldn't hear it. Well, it's more than that. You have, okay, it's one of the things that you need in a 3D printer is a print bed that is machine flat. It has to be flat. The difference between this and a heat bed might only be $5, but it might be $10 if you need the quality control to make sure it's flat. Okay? A cheap heat bed, yes. A heat bed that's flat costs a little more. Okay? Then you have the wiring. Then you have the MOSFET. Then you have the plugs. Then you have the more expensive power supply. Now all of a sudden you're at the Ender 3 price territory. It's a cascade of requirements. You add $10 for the heat bed. Well, now you got to add another $10 for the wiring and electronics. Now you got to add another $10 for the power supply. So now you just added $30 to your $160 printer. Now it's a $190 printer. Now you're in the price range of an Ender 3, and now you're in a category you can't compete in. So there's a lot more to it than that. Yeah, if you want shit quality, sure. I bet you that cost them a couple dollars to get a power supply that was UL listed. I bet you it was an extra $2 or $3. I don't have to make my own bed. I'm going to slap a heater right on this bed. Because you don't... Okay, we always run our heat beds at 60, but you don't need 60. Any heat above ambient is going to help adhesion. So I'm going to slap a piece of Wham Bam on here, and I'm going to slap a heater on the bottom. Yep, same thing. There's all these little tiny costs that add up. It's not much. You're thinking $30, big deal. But $30 puts them in Ender 3 price range. And that's dangerous territory. Even though I think this is a better printer than the Ender 3. The structure, the frame is superior. Yeah, 40 or 50 should work fine. Any heat will help. That's different. Okay? PEX is like PEI, is like glass. They require heat to work. I run my PEX at 70C. PEX and PEI and glass, I run at 70C. Silicon dioxide surface like Ultra Base, 65 seems to be enough. It's just a standard bed sticker. This is no different than the sticker you'd get from Creality. It's fine. In fact, I'm going to ask them to send me another one so that I can put a piece of this on the Wham Bam so I can keep the Mega Zero logo. I don't think they can compete with Creality. I don't think they're big enough. I think you underestimate how big Creality is. Creality sold 500,000 Ender 3s in 2 weeks. And they probably sell that many per month now. Yeah. We don't know exactly what their sales are. They don't tell us. But they sell a god-awful amount of Ender 3s. I mean, It is literally the most common printer on planet Earth. No question about it. When you have that kind of economy of scale, you can do things other companies can't do. Yep, any kind of PEI, PEX, I run 70. And it has to be clean. Yes, there are. Oh, yes, there are. There are tens of millions of people 3D printing. I am a little bit of a fan. They're doing a good job, and they listen. They take advice, and they implement it. So does Anycubic. I have 130 of these. But okay, when you're printing 0.1, especially if you're not using a transparent resin, you need to up your burn time, because the thicker your layers, the more UV light you need to penetrate through that resin. So you might need to up your burn time, especially your first layer burn time. Also, when you're using supports, especially with 0.1, since you're going to have iffy burn times, don't use all light support because it'll just break off. You need to mix in some medium support to actually have meat and hold on to the model. Ooh, that's really on there. I think it wants to break the model. Wait a minute. Man, I don't want to let go. I think I have a little too much squish. Very nice. There you go. Good cooling. I got zero complaints about the cooling. There we go, a little more light. Yeah, no droopy butt. Keychain printed good. I broke the keychain. The keychain was a little weak. I'm not sure if that was too low a temperature for the silk, or if maybe I need to adjust my retraction, but the keychain was weak. Might just be a nature of the silk. Increase the exposure. So burn longer. As you can see, I did not align my Z line, so I have these zits all over the place. That's my fault. I need to put that back here. Align the Z line, and that would fix most of that. But otherwise, not bad. Need some tuning. I think maybe my retraction's too high. I'm also thinking I'm over extruding a little bit, so I might drop down to 0.92 from 0.94. See, I have these little extrusion inconsistencies here. That's usually an indicator. You can see it down here too. That's usually an indicator of over extruding. Exactly. Give them a butt crack. Right down the back. See how the layers aren't quite consistent? That's usually because you're over extruding. So I'll lower it down to 0.92 and see what happens. But then again, see, I look here and it looks fantastic. So definitely need to align my Z-seam. I should have done that and I didn't. Not bad. Not bad at all. I think I'll print their little owl on here while I'm going to get the mail and whatnot. Oh, we're definitely going to go higher than 190. Yeah, 190 is no good. I go at least 212 for silk. Yeah, I think I had a little too much squish, because that was actually pretty hard to remove. Yeah, definitely too much squish. It was very hard to remove it. I actually almost broke the model getting it off. So I'm going to bring that down one little turn. Although I have no idea what the offset is for the built-in model. That's nice and tight. Oh yeah, they're LMUU bearings, so they can't be loose. PLA dust. Don't breathe this. I almost want to stick a bigger nozzle on this. Put like a 0.6 on here. That's a good in-between nozzle size to get a little bit stronger without losing too much detail. But also, the thicker extrusions stick better to a cold bed. What? When you use the chisel on the bed, you want to use it this way. If you use it this way, you're going to tear into your model because it's very hard to get it actually level when you use it this way. So you need to use it this way. And you want it pretty flat. The flatter you are, you won't gouge into your bed. Where you're going to gouge is when you start doing this, and you're going to gouge. It's just my experience from using this for the last couple of years on my printers. I found that if I keep it flat, I don't gouge. Now, the difference is soft beds, like beds that have a little bit of squish, those you got to be careful with. You dig in really easy. But this is a rigid bed. It's like scraping on metal. It just doesn't dig in. If I go this way, I either end up too high and it doesn't work right, or I end up not flat and it cuts right into the model itself, which you don't want. So usually what I'll do is I'll take this and I'll tap, tap, tap until I get a little gap underneath the model. And then I'll flip it over like this, get it underneath the gap, and then use it as a pry bar. And it pops it right off the bed. I'm just doing what works, that's all. I mean, there's only two ways to do it, this way or this way. And this way just didn't work for me. Yeah, this is without the heated bed. Oh, I see what it's printing. I know what it's printing. It's the little log with the owl standing on top of it. PLA and let's see, flexible will work on this. PLA will work on this. If you have a cold stick surface, you might be able to get PETG to work. Your problem is going to be bed adhesion with the PETG. But maybe some glue might help. I don't know. Never tried that. Probably not worth messing with. But yeah, basically PLA TPU. Once I add my heat bed for print anything, for the most part. I mean, I'm not going to add a heater strong enough to get to 100, so I can't print ABS. Although, any heat bed at all, plus some gloop, plus a heated chamber, and I bet you this will do ABS. I have used cold Gecko Tech before. It works very well. The problem is it's consumable. So you only get so many prints out of it before it stops sticking, and you don't get as many as you think. I got maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 prints out of it before I started having problems with the sticking. I don't want to get into arguments about how to use the chisel. I mean, I assume there's a correct and accepted way to use it when doing woodwork, and that's not my area of expertise. I'm probably using it wrong for woodwork. I don't know. I just know that the way I use it for this works for this function. Best filament for printing fishing floats. Probably PETG. It's probably going to be the most resistant. But I bet you PLA works just fine. PLA will float. It's got a little higher density, so it's not going to be as floaty. It'll be stronger as long as you're not doing, you know, small bridges and stuff like that. Obviously, you have to adjust the design based on the plastic you're using. But I've seen people print fishing lures and jigs and stuff like that with PLA, and they come out just fine. That foaming PLA is cool. From ColorFab, oh, that's neat stuff. That's going to be fun for rockets because it'll allow me to make lighter rockets. Nice. I usually use whatever comes with it just because that's what the person who buys it is going to be using. So I prefer to use the tools that come with it for that reason. If I don't use the tools that come with it and there's something wrong with the tools that come with it, then I won't be able to tell you that because I won't know. Someone bought me a very nice, I have it actually in my Chiron. I've been using it there for my spool holder. They bought me a nice little hobby Allen wrench set. It's pretty cool. And one of you guys actually bought me a really nice Allen wrench set with the color-coded handles. Really nice, expensive set. It's like $40 or something like that. My brother stole it. Took it right out of the trunk of my car. They should last forever. I had a socket for my electric car on the side of my building in New Jersey, and it lasted 5 years. The color of the plastic started to fade from the sun, but the plastic itself was fine. And that gets abused. I mean, you're taking a socket, plugging it into it, pulling it out, plugging it in, pulling it out, you know, several times a day, several times a week. So, if I make it to Murph, I will be bringing my Wham Bam enclosure because it's nice and compact. I will bring whatever printer fits in there. I'll probably actually bring I'm probably going to bring an Ender 5. And I'm going to bring that Mini X1 just because I think that thing's cool as hell. And then I'll be bringing some mega prints, some of the big prints I'm working on. I have a supersized, about this big, Zelda printed up. Actually, let me see. So there's Zelda. She came out great. That's 2 pieces, and this thing is heavy. It's got to be 4 or 5 kilos of plastic right there. And it's all hollow inside. But yeah, she came out really neat. And I have my life-size, the child from The Mandalorian. And then I'm also printing that new Sorceress model from Luby, but I'm printing it full size, meaning as big as Luby, as Lewis Triggered is. How long did it take to set this up? 3 hours. But that's because I'm making a video. If you weren't making a video, if you just wanted to set this printer up, an hour. I do want to bring a couple rockets. I want to try to print a big Falcon 9 to bring if I can, if I have time. And I'll bring some of my Mech G rockets if I can find them before we leave. And especially now that I'm playing with ABS. So that'll work out nicer. My P.O. box is down below. I won't turn down goodies. So I have a P.O. box address now, which is awesome. The speed is not really getting any faster. Even if the machines are capable of going faster, I don't go faster because increasing speed is okay. This is programmed for 50 millimeters per second. It never reaches 50 millimeters per second because your speed is defined by speed, acceleration, and jerk. So if I printed something this big, it would probably reach 50 millimeters a second about halfway down the bed. So to print at an average of 50 millimeters a second, I'd probably have to program it for 100 millimeters per second. The point is, though, you have diminishing returns on speed because you still have jerk and acceleration. And in fact, as you go faster, you need to increase your jerk and acceleration values in order to compensate for that higher speed, which reduces your speed gains. So if I go from 50 millimeters per second to 100 millimeters per second, I'm not doubling the speed. I'm going maybe 10% faster. So I'm going 10% faster for a lot lower quality. So I would rather just print slower and have a better quality print. Yeah, that seems to be the point where things change between 50 and 60. So now if you tighten up your printer and you tighten up your profile, you might be able to go up to 60 and maintain the same quality. But it's just easier to print at 50. I mean, program a print for 60 and change nothing, only the speed. Program one Marvin for 50 and program one Marvin for 60. Print them both. See what the time difference is. It's negligible. Most of it, there are certain components that you really can't easily 3D print, not because the printer can't print it, but because the plastics can't handle the heat. So when I build a rocket, where is my bow mark? There it is. So for example, when I build one of these for flight, it's going to be substantially bigger. Okay, it's going to be 2 or 3 times larger. Yes, they do. They're a very good temperament. Good boy. So what I would do to make this flight worthy is first I wouldn't have it separate here. I would have the nose cone separate up here. Okay, so I would cut this into 2 pieces. My 200% scale one, that's exactly what I did. And what I would do is I would print centering rings for inside of here. And I would run a paper tube right up the middle of the rocket. And a paper tube inside the nose cone with a coupler to join the 2 paper tubes together. This way the whole rocket would be plastic, but there'd be a paper tube going right up the center of the rocket. And that's what would hold the rocket engine. That would keep the direct heat of the ejection charge. The heat from the engine burning is not an issue unless you go long burn. BPS Space ran into that problem with a long burn. But with short burns that we typically fly, none enough heat will transfer through the motor to the rocket to be a problem. But when that ejection charge fires, it's going to cook the inside of this rocket and melt it. The paper tube stops that and protects everything. Well, no 3D printer. Okay. This is interesting. A 3D printer is both the slowest and the fastest prototyping machine on planet Earth. Okay? It is slower than any other prototyping method, but it will get you a prototype 1,000 times faster than any other method. Because a machinist could probably machine a nose cone faster than this printer can print one. But by the time you found the machinist, placed an order, made the drawings, sent them to the machinist, had the machinist make it, and the machinist then mail that sample to you, you could have printed 1,000 of these nose cones on your 3D printer. That's the difference. The 3D printer allows you to get a prototype now, and a usable one now. If you want to go into production, you don't normally use 3D printers. You would, if you want to make 1,000 of something, 3D printer might work. If you want to make 10,000 of something, well, now you go to regular manufacturing. Yeah, maybe. Basically, a 3D printer. Oh, we're warping. Hopefully, it stays put. The advantage of a 3D printer is it gives lay people like me machining skills that I otherwise wouldn't have. Like, I could not make something with that kind of resolution and precision. Could I make this myself? Sure. Would it look this nice? Not a chance in hell. Because I don't have that kind of skill. 3D printer gives me that kind of skill. I don't think so. I think the bed was just a little low on this side. That's all. I think I need to do that, and it'll probably be fine the next time I print. I think that's all it needs. Yeah, they're still too expensive yet. A company can afford those, but not an end user. Yes, someday 3D printers will produce because they'll be cheap enough, fast enough, and the material cost will be low enough. And this is ABS, by the way. So that's cool. Yeah, that's part of it. A lot of people don't realize that PLA also warps. So you need a good stick to the bed. I don't know. I still have to make something up. So I'll figure something out. Probably queue up something for the Chiron and tell it to just crank a bunch out. Although it's got the 1.2 millimeter nozzle, that won't work too well for small things. I'm actually thinking about putting a 0.6 nozzle on here. I think that would be a benefit. It'd be a good compromise between quality and thickness, but also the 0.6 will stick better to the cold bed. Bigger footprint for the extrusion. Yes, it does. And you do need heat or glue. Yeah, if you print on PEI, PEX, or glass, you need heat. I got a whole bunch of nozzles here somewhere, so I'll just dig up a 0.6 and stick it on here. I think that would work good. Kappas! I gotta make up. I've been trying to figure out how to make a nice one. I'm just not very good at modeling, but I gotta make up a nice little reward thing for my supporters on the GoFundMe. I didn't meet the target, but hey, that helped out so much. It paid for the gas. It was amazing. But harder to get off means you don't need as much squish, so easier to get off. Plus, I'm going to put a Wham Bam sheet on here. If this works as good as I think it's going to work, I'm going to stick a piece of Wham Bam on here. I got a couple extra, or Creality sheet. They sent me a bunch of these, and it's the right size, so I'll slap one of these on here. Just put a regular sticker on here instead of the PEI. Cold or not, I just like being able to pop the plate off and pop the print off. It's just convenient. The 1.2s are harder to find. It's annoying. I found an eBay seller selling them. Yeah, flex sheets are the way. It's just so nice. I mean, you just pop them off, and you just pop all your parts off just like that, and all your parts come off. It's just so convenient. I don't ever want to go back to non-flex sheets ever again. That's just awesome. Yeah, I made these little discs for adhesion aids for the ABS, and I forgot to put one on the vertical, so of course it didn't attach. But I got some nasty banding in this print, so something is crooked in there because I got some Z banding. I gotta, yeah, every piece has it too. So I gotta figure out what's going on with that. How strong is that? That's pretty strong. Yeah, that's not bad. That's pretty strong. Nice. They're expensive, but they're good. The plates are thicker, the magnets are stronger, the curry temperature's higher. They're just it's that little extra. If you want to save a bit of money, T3D also makes some very good flex plates. And if you have an Ender 3 Pro or an Ender 5, you can leave the magnet it comes with on there. It will handle ABS temperatures. I haven't had a problem yet. The magnet is not as strong, but it is strong enough. And I just slapped my Wham Bam right on top of the magnet that's already on there. No problem. Yeah. The Eryone enclosure is it's too expensive. $90 is too expensive when you could buy that for $120. I'll take that every day over that for $90. If this was $40 or $50, that'd be a big difference. Now this is bigger, so you could put more printer in here. Nice. Tim doesn't make it 330 by 330? That's too bad. Yeah, it works. It's not as strong, but it seems to work fine. Both my Ender 5s, that's what I do. Yeah, they're good kitty cats. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's peeling anymore, so I think it's going to stay. Yeah, it makes sense. If there aren't enough printers to justify it, if he can't sell them, then he's going to lose money. So. You know, Wham Bam has a little bit higher profit margin, so they can afford to have a few more sizes available. Yeah, just make sure you use the biased side of the plate. Most of these plates, people don't realize, have a bias. So if you look at the plate, it tends to want to go this way versus this way. Right? So some people say, well, you can just put a print surface on both sides. The problem, well, with the Wham Bam magnet, you'll probably get away with that. But with the Eryone magnet, flipping it over, I've had them pop up like that, and then they slide off. Because the plate wants to bend one way. Printed Solid was making plates? I didn't know that. Which printer gives me the best print? Ender 2. With the Ender 5, Ender 3 being a close second. And actually, there are 2 printers that give me equal to Ender 2 print quality. The TiVo, what was it? What was the Michelangelo? TiVo Michelangelo gave me Ender 2 print quality. And you're going to think this is crazy. The ANET E10 gave me Ender 2 print quality. Yes, the ANET is a very floppy printer, so anything you can do to stiffen up the structure is going to help. Yeah, I still haven't had anything print better than the Ender 2. Equal to it, yes, but nothing I've used prints better. Now, keep in mind, the quality difference we're talking about here is very nitpicky. Okay? You'd have a real hard time if I showed you a print from an Ender 2 and say, you know, a CR10. You'd have a hard time picking which one was which if you didn't know what you were looking at. Okay, so when I say it's the best, we're talking about, you know, first place was, you know, 0.001 seconds ahead of second place. Basically a zero-sum difference. No, I can't afford to buy printers of that scale, and so far, none of the manufacturers that make IDEX printers are willing to send me one. Kind of makes sense, you know, unless they're trying to get market share or unless I can generate the kind of sales they would need, it doesn't make sense for them to send me a printer that expensive. It sucks, but, you know, it's understandable. You know, these printers are very cheap. This probably cost Anycubic, you know, 80, 90 bucks. So they can afford to send out these review units for you guys to look at, and then if a few of you guys buy them, they make their money back. I don't know. I have not used the A8 Plus, but I hear it's pretty good. And the E10 stock is not good. Okay? The ANET E10 stock, the first thing is you got to be very careful with the Y carriage plate. You want to replace it if you can because it's shit. You need to print out CNC Kitchen's fan shroud for it. That makes the biggest difference in the world. So you print CNC Kitchen's fan shroud for it and replace that. And then you also need to resolder your bed connection, unless they fixed that since then, because the heat bed connection fails. So once you make those few changes, you're good. Oh, I also replaced the hot end with the Creality hot end. I got tired of not being able to pull the filament out of the hot end because ANET hot ends suck. So I slapped the Creality hot end on there just so I can avoid that problem. Hey, red light. No problem. I try to keep my victims happy. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to jump out of here a little early. We did our test print. This is going to take another hour and a half, 2 hours to print, so we can't stay on for that. But I've got to get that table there cleared off because the guy who's making the custom pallet wood table for me is bringing it after 4 o'clock. I had him make me a table that's taller for me to put my printers on, not these kind of printers, my inkjet printers, my laser printers. But he made it taller for me so that I can take that freezer and fridge right there and get rid of them. And they're going to be underneath that table. He made it 34 inches tall, which is how tall that freezer is, so that I could put them under the table and reclaim that space. So I won't have that little tiny space to walk through there. So that's going to be real nice. And he goofed up the first one and made it only 3 feet long, and I needed it to be 5 feet long. So I offered him $300 for both, so $100 extra, and he said yes. So I got that one too. I'm going to put that one over here. So I'll have a nice table here, and I'll put a water cooler on top of it, and then I'll have that, all that space will be clear. So I won't have, I could pull the table out a little bit. 5 people could sit at it. So that'll be nice. So I've got to get that all cleared out so that we can bring that table in. This one's small enough that I can probably wiggle it in, but the one he's bringing today is big enough that I would probably have trouble getting it in the house by myself. So I'd rather just have him bring it in, and that means I have to have that space clear. So that is it. I will see you guys next week. If everything goes well this Saturday or Sunday, I will be posting a video on the suggestions and feedback and my results from the Wham Bam enclosure since I've been using it, and the Creality enclosure, and my suggestions to both companies for how to improve them. And yes, I will. I'll also be recording an analysis video for Anycubic for this printer, which I'll probably release next week. And then next week, we are probably going to mess with whatever's in that box right there from Anycubic. I'm assuming that's the wash cure station. So we'll be messing with that next week. So I actually have a cart, I call my resin cart. And it's got all my resins, my ultrasonic, my printers, a battery backup for it, all in one cart. So I can have all my resin stuff on one cart and put it wherever I need it to use it. So we'll be playing that. And see you guys later. Thank you very much for the PayPal and YouTube donations. I appreciate that. Thank you very much to my Patreons for your support. I just got my Patreon check today, $290, so it'll probably clear tomorrow. I appreciate that. That's a third of my income, and that's helping me survive here. And thank you very much for using my Amazon links. Don't forget to check in the description. I do now have affiliate links for Wham Bam and for T3D. So if you order from either of those, I'll earn a little bit of a commission. And of course, Amazon, Walmart, eBay, AliExpress, all that's down there as well. So you guys have a great day.